Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, if you're here in the chambers, roll call is open. Roll call is open. Our Sergeant of Ours, if you could go into the South and Conference Room around the campus to see if there is any colleagues that are outside or inside the building. And may you all join me to rise for our posting of the colors this morning by our Apache County Sheriff's Department. So may you all please rise for our posting of the colors. And colleagues, may you all join me to welcome Little Miss Ceremonial 2023-2024, Miss Snowflake Blackwell, and also Miss Navajo Pine High School Princess Harmony Begay to do our Pledge of Allegiance and National Anthem.
Get hot.
Yeah. Yeah. And colleagues, let us welcome our Madam Vice President of the Navajo Nation, Ms. Rochelle Montoya. If you could come up forward, if you could stand rising and just welcome her into the chambers. And we have our invocation will be done by Mr. Ty Platero, Director of Broken Arrow Bible Ranch. If you could join us up front, Mr. Platero.
Good morning, Yate. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I would be remiss if I did not give acknowledgement to my papa, Mr. Charlie Long Sr., former councilman for Theru, Yumbato, Mariana Lake, served on council for 16 years. So I want to give honor to my papa. Thank you so much, papa, for being here. And yes, thank you. She'e tai platero yinishe, logan ishlon de chini bashashi, nakai dene de shiche, set na habishni de shinella. It's an honor to be with you this evening, or this morning. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much, Lord, for your many blessings. Father, we thank you for this wonderful chamber that we're standing in right now, Lord. Father, as we reflect on the many leaders that have sat here, Father, we think about our nation's humble beginnings. We think, Father, of the way council delegates would just have portable desks that they would move around in here. Father, we thank you for those leaders that from their humble beginnings built a nation, Father. Lord, we thank you for our brave Navajo code talkers, Lord, who spoke their language so that the world could speak theirs. Father, we thank you for the resiliency that we come from. I pray protection over this legislative gathering. I pray protection over all of our 3 branches of government. And Father, I thank you, God, for the opportunity that you give to us to come to you in prayer. Father, we pray that you give us a place to stand and a path to walk, that as we go through these proceedings, Father, that you would give us the wisdom and the knowledge, that you would give us, Lord, the strength to enact the laws in which we discuss here today. Father, I pray, Lord, for our law enforcement. I pray, Lord, for all of our first responders, and we thank you, Lord, for the modern day warriors that we have in them. Father, I pray for unity, God, amongst everything and amongst our great Navajo nation. I thank you, Father, for all of the communities that are represented here, Lord. And I pray, God, that each and every one would have a voice that is clear and concise, Father. I thank you, God, for this gathering. And I pray, God, your blessing over all of these people gathered here today. Thank you, Lord, for the way you move and guide and direct us. We look to you now for guidance and wisdom. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ty, for that wonderful prayer this morning. And colleagues, you may be seated. We are in roll call. Good morning to all of our visitors, our families that may be here in the chambers with us. Welcome to our 2024 Navajo Nation Council Summer Session. And welcome to my colleagues this morning. And colleagues, we do have 13 council members here of the 25th Navajo Nation Council present in the council chamber, and we will call this summer session to order at 10:10 a.m. Before we move forward, I want to say thank you to Apache County Sheriff's Department, Chief Deputy Roscoe Herrera, Commander Anthony Nota, Sergeant William Waltbank, Deputy Ashley Brown, Deputy Randy Sherlock, and Deputy Paula Billy for posting our colors this morning. And thank you again to our 2023-2024 Little Miss Ceremonial, Snowflake Blackwell, and also Miss Navajo Pine High School Princess Harmony Begay for doing our national anthem this morning. And Mr. Ty Platero, Director of Broken Arrow Bible Ranch. Just for the record, colleagues, we do have 3 excused absences today, and per our code in Title II, council delegates may only be excused if there is government-to-government discussions. So for the record, we do have Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, Chair Shondine Parrish, and also Chair Otto So, who are excused from first day of council session. Colleagues, we will go down to number 2, Adona Kikone, Bikesogi on our agenda, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. And colleagues, we do have a 5-minute time limit for introductions and also recognitions. First in our queue, we do have Shade Kodo Chair Crotty, who is first in line.
Thank you, colleagues. Appreciate that beautiful prayer that was provided to continue to remind our people and ourselves the type of resiliency and strength that we all have been fortunate to be blessed with those teachings from our elders, our veterans, and now our children who are leading the way in showing us how to live in a compassionate world. Yat e shidane kia ani neshle do Viking people basis chin des chini desha che do Irish people deshanale she amber kinas bakrati yanisha to hot soy then not sha. So I came from Narbona Pass, Sheep Springs, and on the council I represent Sheep Springs, Two Gray Hills, Todlina, Sonosti, Red Valley, Cove, Gadiahi, and Biklabato. It's one of the larger districts on the Navajo Nation in Northern Agency. This is my 9th year on the council. My passion work is chairing our missing and murdered Dene relatives. And in that work, we've looked at the violence in our communities and the type of trauma that we're all recovering from. So colleagues, I continue to express your support and your consideration to some of the most challenging discussions that we have with community members, and recognizing that violence does not discriminate based off of gender, that it impacts our women, our children, our men, our elders, our boys, and our LGBTQI relatives. And with that said, we honored the Peshlakai family this morning, and I'm deeply grateful as our Newcomb Skyhawk community continues in their honor to support basketball tournaments and junior rodeo. And we know through prevention and issuing and talking about trauma is the way to combat our modern monsters of alcoholism, drug abuse, and now some of these designer drugs that are taking and targeting our people. With that in mind, I wanted to recognize Darlene and Dave Peshlakai and their family who have left. I also want to ask Daryl Sosi if you could stand with Elizabeth Sosi. Colleagues, Elizabeth is looking for her mother, Matilda Salago. She's been missing. And so Elizabeth comes to the council every time we meet, and she continues to have hope that one day her mother, Matilda, will be found. And so I appreciate colleagues if you can give her words of encouragement. Her father is a veteran and gave service to his country, and let's work together to have a plan to get all of our missing relatives. So on behalf of the council, I wanted to give her a little stuffed animal and one of the backpacks from our social services. Miss Ida, if you could give it to Elizabeth, and I'll pause for applause for Elizabeth. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I also want to make sure that we have Cortasha recognized with her work as our community liaison at Navajo, at NTEC. In their work, they're also helping us with prevention of our missing and murdered Dene relatives. They're sponsoring where you can be physically protected in your surroundings, self-defense, so that you feel comfortable when you're walking, not only in your community, but everywhere. We all should feel safe. And then lastly, I want to make sure that I recognize Ron Lee. We've worked together at NAU, and now he's transitioning as the Arizona Democratic Party, we want to remind all of our politicians that the #1 issue in Native American country this year is our missing and murdered Indigenous people. We want to feel safe, we want to feel protected, we matter, and we want from the tribal, city, county, state, federal, international level to work with us to bring all of our relatives home and prevent that. And so my last recognition is to Pamela Foster and Gary Mike, who continue to want to have the Ashton Mike Amber Alert be training across Navajo Nation. So Chair Jesus, if we could work together to get community development to train all of our chapters on what it means when there's a child missing in the community and how they can quickly deploy for search and rescue. And my last shout out is to Apache County Emergency Management. They're splendid. We appreciate.
Thank you, Chair Amber Kizbat-Crotty, for those recognitions this morning. Next in queue, we do have Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Aro koronat ani klenige keha don jono tsada ishi bik e kon keda ro asen lenko she adnek she do hala studo sani e da is an lenko do keha aro Speaker, a request to when I came here a year ago, we used to have a POW flag. It is Hala Itandilsos. Hala do you a Hashinso or better housing the Edibinidishkil. I just want to thank Apache County Post Color Day Live. One of the men in charge is Sheriff Joseph Detman, also Chief Deputy Roscoe Herrera. These two individuals was my recruit. I trained them when I was a training sergeant with Navajo Nation, and I'm glad they still have this job as protecting our community. So here, ados lot on it, post color that lagi. Here, hidini do let adon da yahe. Juno banachite yosenako. Ayo ba ansanot eslan lenigi. Hala ajnan sisla. We have securities too. Con dark. Don't care. Don't let Ato in the 8 chapter region. Do yat ben bedini. Do studo sani. Adon the salat so don't hatchin. Yat bedini. Do deep beni be con hala. Has tuido sani holon. Yahai. In nan lenigit on hat and lenigilzel ko in kilpeda hosen hot a hoti nitlako he had I don't get chapter official do da hallo I don't managers do community service do as keda hana abana shida yosen he can that ja ide ya ado he ko do sni ya san histas lons ko he hot on da osni she at Hande le church Rajania the following day next day on this chahone a small twister hit the little water area Ajushanan, so I went to the party, I went to the complaining party Ajabaka Nashko na aro all the way hadi yard and linko hot in the Shinana next year she hot in do he hot on he linchus of indicate do be the hadanos and lengipa has twido sani than loan at anitas link hodat ashinda kande tsana pasa be a ko yob zat eshin hidini don hatsodol zin do hot as so keto shalchin nasi katolik do education lenigin data do list jo hodatsa this gene con sa da oft list do sa hana so kai kon hina chete nosen do ni kene link do list ko hot in hich at this do here con nata hil sanigi, shanat ani no lenigi, a keha do lesto, he vice president, kon hil yahia, ilto kon jopa ins and kon yat o, Heilig ato, zo sinsto na randleko. Hot in hil hokaten le disjin kon, shik eno lenigi, ato lato Washington de yahai hot in leko asint etats dots andet over that and lenko. Ere ya koroba hat is the speaker do aron ya speaker lenigi do aron I believe all the judicial branch are here. And ere hot do kwen hara solt ege he kon kil honotlo. O kweta wotland de besien ki traya hot edo listo ni neje. Aron halchin da lesito he halchin da no lenigi do Jashi bilada il kin kon hina soltale sein hadinsen og eko do yon hidden skidan de kot eko hala I respect all of you doing a hard job that sometime you don't get overtime. I don't dan halchendo and hizani shita hono. Everybody speaker, thank you.
Keha Kodoshiche, Honorable Toth. And colleagues, we are wearing the color maroon as well to bring awareness for stopping drunk driving. And we also want to thank the families that did the awareness walk this morning, Mr. Dave and also Miss Darlene Peshlagai, and for your families for giving us awareness throughout the nation to stop drinking and driving. So we are wearing the color maroon today. Next in queue, we do have Honorable Stephen Arviso.
Madam Speaker, Madam Vice President, good morning. Kenya, Ado Kodo Baseball Saan Nadish Labin Hito Jinigi. Good morning. Do summer session hit it no Eslanitle. Quidas Kana Shinle Mariano Lake de Snishatilwood. Then I went to Smith Lake, Theru, Yambato, Pinedale, and Church Rock, Gallup Flea Market, Rock Springs, and yesterday in that quick Snishatlinya. Koban, this case, and lady Snishatlikatl, how lady in Haas, Kuhut a Chida in there. Johnny Henry, not Tati in law, a citizen, Hayila, Bake out Hilde. Ado began on the hardest, Ado not Ani began on the hardest, Ade Sling in his Shistatil wood. Quagit I see Bahunids and all they should net neck kay up a cow. Adado Nisha, Halate Ein, cannot Ani dan Lenigi, the Hayu in Dela, eat not that of Nisha. Of course, Hana as Han dan Hotnil. According to the quagit, I see Bahonosen. Eaton Aya, has Twido Sani, but not Ani your Yahigi, not Ani your Yahigi, a Yoda Yot Nin de la. Says it, what a be Yoda Yot ne, but not Ani. A co Adonet Kodonat Ani in Lenigi, Aya, a Yoda botne. A co hot sheep is that or Haji. He popped a bit of sticks, a candy, a bit of steel, a bit of stone at it. What are bases canal at it? Seeing kitchen jay. A quaggy bar who needs and all this. This is not a need order. Others need latter. This is ask can need it. The Navajo, the nanny Glenigi. A call of what our hand see case or yard or kitchen daily show. A day at I see. Destin so Banso case. I don't lot Tratnas the lit Bogandan the lo I see Lango nature na hot Has Chindo Yasenda at Ela been yet chapter house Naslet or Dunzen. They think, oh, that's just a place for the elders to go and get things. If you're registered, you're entitled to those funds at the chapter level. What I Bahonos and Chalchin. I just want to make thanks, recognize my riders, yes, Casimiro, though, Mr. Delegate Toth, but the riders, Ado, Nhai Kaidogo, Ade, Hitandahuil now. So thank you for our riders from Casimiro Lake, out on our riders from Sundance, to Aro Sato, and le flea market. This is a wild thing. No, she all yeah, so necessary that TG. Asa they think in Le Rock Springs, Jake. I want to give special thanks for my LDA. She really si Diego Yanashnish. Apete Slahanelo Heather Kinsichini. My wife and my kids, I want to thank them for supporting me. Oh, every morning. I also want to recognize our chuck wagon team. Ikasani Dasikagi, Anita Benali, and also Lisa Hudson will see. These ladies took care of us as far as feeding us. They made sure that we had that cowboy steak bolognas. So it was great. Not only Delegate Yazi, thank you for letting us use your chapter at Rock Springs. Boy, that morning, yesterday morning, Chon Hadaste, we had three breakfast meats, potatoes, two different types of eggs. Man, they fed us really good. So thank you. And thank you, and God bless you and your family and everybody on the reservation. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Arvizo. Next, we do have Chair Brenda Jesus.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and also to my colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. The recognition that I want to get or have here this morning is I just want to recognize the participants at this past week to this morning trail riders. I'd like to give a shout out to my legislative district assistant, DG Rogers, Inda Ronnie Ben with Apache County. Thank you so much. Inda Eya Le Nahat Adil chapter da Adan Hadasikai in Honorable Lamardo Azaret's district. I'd like to thank the chapter officials there. We had an opening prayer and horse songs that the chapter was able to secure a medicine man for us. Although they had a full breakfast as well. Although a hostat le how chapter je. Although for the riders. Shout out to the Hout chapter administration and chapter officials as well. The next morning on Friday, we started from there again, and the Fort Defiance Agency Veterans Organization went and prepared breakfast for the riders again with a prayer. Thank you so much. And then we got into Tsesa Ane to Mr. Sean Livingston's chapter. He is chapter manager there. To him and his team again, thank you so much for providing lunch and also again breakfast the next morning. Thank you so much on Saturday. And then going into Oak Springs chapter, to the chapter staff and officials and the veterans organization as well for providing dinner again. And the next morning, yesterday morning, providing breakfast. Auto Ashtat to the fairgrounds. We had a big cookout and we went and served other people. To all my helpers, this event wouldn't have been successful as it was again this past year if it weren't for all the wonderful people and the good hearts that they have that assisted. And this trail ride was really to keep in our hearts with prayers and good well-being for our veterans. It was a veterans mental awareness that we kept in mind along the way. So I'd like to recognize at this time, we do have our Oak Springs chapter commander, Miss Linda Wansalt, Ashondayizi. Linda is a really good asset to Oak Springs and also Rock Springs too. Thank you so much, Shanat Ani. And also we have Vice President, Mr. Daryl Nelson for Oak Springs chapter here as well. Daryl, if you could please stand. Trying to move the community of Oak Springs forward. I'd also like to recognize Mr. Cal Curley, who is field supervisor for U.S. Congresswoman Teresa Ledger Fernandez from the Gallup and Navajo Nation District Office. Thank you, Mr. Curley, as well for your donation this past weekend. And I also like to recognize our county partner from District 2 Supervisor, Mr. Alton Joe Shepherd. Shanatani Nato Easy, and like to recognize you here. And we all know that he was a previous council delegate as well. And I also want to give shout out to NDOT. They were there from Sanders with us all the way to the fairgrounds yesterday with traffic control and also to law enforcement program. To the police officers that were with us from start to end, thank you so much. And just to the little kids, thank you again. And Kodoshi Eya, Kun linigi pendache pa ako ni no digital le this coming week kwa agin jungo latitle nkik kit nadle the banda hait ado hacho ba dain zinigi pendache okot at I just wanted to give recognition, Madam Speaker. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brenda Jesus. Colleagues, next in queue we have Honorable Herman Daniels.
Yeah, kudo shuma, Madam Speaker. Yeah, aren't kudo shanat anoslenigi kudo 25th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, kudo kegi bedak ego kudo kat na kit na asha na kito ba stran sosendezet. Yeah, da honils and honza hol jishoko. Aronana kudo hiotene nashlo that shida. Yeah, but here seals in the ho. But only. Na kinach ito ba anil zigi shin hajo il nish beto so idiot aba hasito lesh arona na kwato na gay abenda so hade zigi a isi ba hensen ho e shin kwato e tenil zendo lesh aben nail neko mihina na shidil nil ho arona na kwato danat aya de jagi to a isi ya kwato ntshago eben na shugo kwato hashin so beta holzel beben net seed zel to kwato so idiot or here hitting it or letko. Aro kodo shabehodos sinch kodo bishin snani kodo shiga hat ego kodo the bishbas ansalnito and the shiga hat ego honza it and the kodo e shaka nal kodo na esha kwil ya honza to hold the shako this team na khibit hold the shako a kisil kego kodo is here kodo bishin snani Teresa. Shabehodos sinch kodo. Did the better gen age na to the gene da haje but ane da hanal kia ane da hache o da sanajle ho arun hat shana halon yet so ke halon ko hot ele ko bashina del enige ko to e shata banda yi na ko swisa zendo e da ko ko do e to ba yo sned le ho I see some of my former colleagues here inside the chambers. Honorable YJT, what's that? He's the young Jeff Tom. Yeah. Yeah, Honorable Shepherd, he's yeah. Arabeshmans undone, Linshin Nitran, the Haz Tranco, since ich get Schneed or Leco. I can lay then hit, but the white Atlantic seed, but Barata deck, Hedona and Hunzat under the Whale Zisho. That was shut down at 8 under the nation. So I don't could on a rate Shabahato Saint, could on a rate today that's when Haniako, the Henoya Yazi, Naradam, Sabin Zeskreden, Naradam. She's originally from Cane Valley, Naradam, Sahake, her son. She's a former Miss Monument Valley High School. Ajadam, Hashin so Ajabanana Shila. Aronana Kodo, Dick at Kodo, Nihaja Kodo, Hijaki, Trahil Washako. Miss Navajo Nation, Kodo, she's one of the contestant Kodo, Etrahil Washako. Shamaba the Snow, Aronana Satsuito Eho. Aronana Pamato Kodo, she's the former Miss Navajo Nation, Dr. Victoria Yazi, Tohodo. So idea, I don't could read at the his ago could that is she on the rego, the raid on Koya that it and the raid could panash, the shaggy in the raid, not as on Aronana or jet, ho shot hodots up kin. A con raid that there's other the whole yeah, Paiute Mesa, Paiute Canyon, the care or not. Any year go that the Hoshian Kodo, Shamada no Shado Nana, Kegi Beda, Kego care on nails and a ho. Ye go that the Hoshian Nana, Shada Hoshian Ada, a studio son in Oshenigi, that are not so called the Hois Argo, Nabe Hob Kay of a cargo, than Hinago, ye go that the Hoshia. I don't have Chanel to Hashin so it's a barn, Jay Hashin so one was an Ben hit zeal. I don't his large Okodo a benashnate or little Akodo a by net, I don't hear his large so. I would echo Arunana Kodona Gate when he Washington, the Inishigi, but Andaz, Egin Gate, Nas other in nation Gate, Enterprise, Intech, Arunana, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, Arts and Craft, what I tell that the in Nishiko, with bed at Kodosha Action, than Shenigi, so I would have been hitch a seat or let Kodo, Arunana Kodosha Mato Kododam, Miss. I'm sure positions are this year's Vice President Kodoshama. Thank you for joining us. Kodo isn't Skaba. I hear Kodon Kesselta. Thank you. Thank you.
Yahat Shiash, Honorable Daniels. And again, welcome to our Vice President, Rachel Montoya. Thank you, Kodoshama. Nihen Yahagi Don Kwagin Kilsensta Hagi E Bahe Nidsen. Next, we do have Vice Chair Slater.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Speaker, for starting this meeting out. I really appreciate the prayers and everything that brought us to this moment. Thank you to all the trail riders and everyone who carries on that tradition here in the chambers. I'd like to recognize a couple former members of the Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Elmer Begay and Mr. Tom Chi. I believe they're both here in the chambers on both sides. So thank you very much for joining us in your old haunts and supporting the nation right now. Yeah. And I'd also like to recognize Miss Amy Reeves, our Miss Navajo Nation. I believe this is her last and only summer session with us, and I've really appreciated your service to us. I look forward to what you're going to do at the end of this summer into this fall, bringing on the new Miss Navajo crop. So it's always great when we have a bunch of young women who want to participate, and that means that you've inspired them to do that. So yeah, for your leadership. I also believe that we have Ms. Lashana So, our former Chief of Staff and former Deputy Assistant Secretary and Assistant Secretary over at the state of New Mexico. So thank you, Ms. So, for joining us today and the work you're doing to get our students connected digitally and upskilled in the 21st century so they can participate in our economy here on the Navajo Nation. I believe the Department of Justice brought their interns to be recognized. Are they here in the chamber with us? Why don't you guys go ahead and stand up. I believe we have Najoni, Max, Cameron, Jordan, Monique, Brandon, Adrian, Paul, and Sydney. Is that everyone? There you go. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. I hope you absorbed and soaked up a lot here, and you're going to continue your service to the Navajo people or Indian country. So, yeah. And I'd say last but not least, I believe we have Mr. Luther Lee, as well as Anna Armendariz, who is the Constituent Services Representative, and Mr. Lee is the Tribal Director for the Office of U.S. Senator Mark Kelly. There they are right here. Senator Kelly recently introduced, in the Senate side, the Northeast Arizona Comprehensive Water Rights Settlement that will benefit the Navajo Nation, the Hopi Tribe, and San Juan Southern Paiute. He's been a very strong advocate for us in getting this settlement across the finish line, and we appreciate his leadership. He also, I believe, donated some hay and feed to the horse riders and the breakfast this morning that's in the South Conference room. So I'd like to say a yahet to Senator Kelly, and thank you very much, Mr. Lee and Ms. Armendariz. Thank you for being here. Colleagues, I won't go on too much longer, but Adonai Nishanagi e ki ani she e sontane bashichin tsenajani dashiche do sontane dashanala tsenikana dentna sha she e Carl Russell Slater dashijine. So I'm Carl Slater. I represent Rock Point, Lukachukai, Tsaili, Wheatfields, Black Rock, Round Rock, and Rough Rock on the Navajo Nation Council. That's District 11. And Speaker, I want to express my appreciation to you and your home chapter of Tselena Cottonwood for hosting the Chinle Agency Council this past Saturday. No AC, good food, lots of flies. It just was a great time, and I think it's great to be surrounded by all of our leaders from Central Agency. They deserve a lot of recognition. Our chapter officials have so much that's asked of them, and so few resources to provide that assistance, both politically and oftentimes financially. So they're one of those frontline direct service workers that help out our people. And everyone who came together on Saturday, I think, learned a lot from the different programs that presented and helped build camaraderie. So, Speaker, I'll yield the rest of my time back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, for your recognitions this morning. And colleagues, I'm going to go over to Honorable Ricky Nez.
Kushila Speaker Curley, Ara Kurabesh Mahasa An Natlanido Arnold, Hoshina, Queen Hilfonathlonigi, Aro Hiha Kuro, Nakatsadan, Zanigi, Na Henits and Kuro, Aro Arnold Hon Hatsoda Zanigi, Atlantiki, a Kuro, Priority 1 recognition. To my right over here is my lovely wife of 36 years, Audrey Nez. Easy, Sean. That, Shayosha, Hadya, Shachon Neshesta. I don't that to my left over here is my sister, Juanita Izzy. Hey, Shadda. If you ever go to San Juan chapter area, ask for Nez Farm and check out the farm over there. They donated earlier in the spring a whole lot of Neshjiji steamed corn to Miss Indian World, Miss Cassie John, what ligeo Chensades, Ada she Kadosh and Carl Slater, she Ada etkako, Ada Neshjiji al Akoe Yaha. Aja, my family really cares about people in the community, and I believe it's probably because also that it's how we were taught. Dan yaron dan hitnes trangishin benina. Aro yohada zihida dan hitat no. Aro yegon das nish aron hilta haye aro da alquashidan hitat no ne. Dan a cohoda ila de belchie binda aran da hakotle. Shizero shamahut on and hinestran. Rick Nez in a sheer Hawasan and Schla or Zed Hutchini, Bushes chain, Sana Habit Nashado can ani the Chanel, Hut out and then Schledo San Juan River. I'm the man from San Juan River. Now don't get confused with the man from Snowy River, okay? So I hear not so. I don't that they could all Hastrago chapters Banash, Nishigi Tanas, Nelano Sinidon, that Nishigi Ad, Tzedek on Hogback chapter, Yat Ado San Juan chapter, Nin Nazar chapter, Do Upper Fruitland chapter, Tis Tosakad Burnham chapter, Adon that Isndeshkis Newcomb chapter, Banash Atndla. Adon that though we are very fortunate to have some good people. Former Speaker Lorenzo Bates is from Upper Fruitland, and today to my left we have Deputy Attorney General Heather Claw from Upper Fruitland. Thank you for being here. I don't that Kodo Esto. Nehinan Ayan Redo 24th Council Betenshiega RDCs at Sele. I says at Sele at the Wilson Stewart is the I don't that DJ though former council delegate Banach birthday let in that atish Kiyajan Lena Lench oh hashe Kodo, former council delegate, young Jeff Tom. He's here, I'm going to lead you in this singing, okay, for 1 minute. So when we say, we'll call him Mr. Tom today. So, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. Tom. Happy birthday to you. Ego, digin tholoro leit. Aro should now honda na how thanidon das na shigi not chodigin hit tholoro yego hatsadolzen. Hedas ni ajashi hait aushi Nichilda how hundred sorrowsent be nas all tahan so here do Arnold Tony beginning to late. Back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Ricky Nez. Next in queue, we do have Honorable Helena Nez Begay.
Oh yeah, it's been a shik eight do the 24th Council. Do our speaker do our staff, and I just want to welcome everybody here to our summer session. Do under our chapters too. Laho a accorded bahada akisel benal summer session da itle so a do here shik a do shidne added that is not side. I don't a young corner sleep and you got the daily I did here. I'm really proud of each one of you that wrote in with me this morning. Do yesterday do ben higala de ya ko here jun go ta ilia ko do onda you know me as a female council delegate, I put a lot of work on the side and then I leave my husband to do all the house chores, and I come home to a very clean house. So I like to introduce my husband, Benjamin, on the left side. That got the dishes at Hadask, so there's even a dinner ready when I get home. So, and that the animals are all fed and good. So, our spouse are the ones that hold the house down for us. Each one of our spouse, they deserve, an honor and, the love that we share for them and their prayers that they say for us each day, every morning, every evening, for our safe travel and our safe return back home. They're the one that they associate with while we do our business out here. Our spouse, they're very important in our lives as a council. Our previous leaders too, we could cross path with them. Under my 25th council, in Jonako Con agenda, so you need in Jonako Show by that the Nito and Jonako Shi hit the Nebe, but Ben Jonako not the hot eats Arson, some of a Bansis case or a there Niyako. I don't under a Jonako Shi session quite in happy youth what or let you aware Nito here Con Hassan Dardon Hayan Tito such a we think about you, and I always say my prayers for you, and I always say my prayers for each one of my 25th council. I represent Bodyway Gap, do Copper Mine, Lichi, Kaibito, do Tone Hedley, ado tudich eating slido is the lana bashin na kaiden edash chedo nasht ejet kapan hata shinala what are a son and shle amado amasane do another shlo e what are is hol chishko do a he do kon do den en he can't clean begali at the ye lied do to the ye go by he hensen kon the silkedo chikedan lingo in the hot heat they they battled it out to help us get this far. Let's have a good summer session, and I thank you. And then my LDA too is on my left side. Mr. Tom Franklin. So when I'm not there, he's the one that covers for me. Tom. Okay.
Kehat Shema, Honorable Helena Nesbigay. And next in queue, we have Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Brother Delegate Rick Naz Shana, Ado Shanala Delegate Helena Nesbigay. I always, every council session, I always remember my husband, Leroy Newton, and I always say the same thing. I thank him for standing beside me, for helping me, and as it was already stated by my colleagues, our spouse, they really do help us a lot in a lot of ways. So kind of similar to what Helena said, my husband, when I was in law school, I was living at the library, and he learned how to make fry bread because him and my son wanted fry bread, and I wasn't there. So he learned to make a dough, and he learned to make fry bread. He learned to make nanas kada. So I have one up on you, Shanala, Delegate Helena Nasbigay, that my husband does the exact same thing. The laundry is done, the dishes, the house is clean, the animals are fed. And I come back, I'm very fortunate to come home to a home-cooked meal that oftentimes includes hot bread. How many women can say that about their husband? And so I'm very blessed that we just recently celebrated 27 years being married ourselves. I was a teenager. We were both teenagers when we got married. I was leaving for the United States Navy at that time. And so we got married, and we're still here today. So I want to recognize my husband, Leroy, for all of his hard work, for everything that he does for me, for our family. And I can say that, he is so good that maybe I shouldn't say this, but my brothers and sisters, used to tease us a lot and say that if you guys ever got a divorce, we're keeping Leroy in the divorce. So I just want to say again to my husband, Leroy, thank you for all the years of standing beside me, for helping me to do my job, and for making sure everything at home is good. I also want to recognize at this time the Northern Agency veterans. We recently had a veterans meeting, and it was so good to see the Northern Agency vets again. All of the leadership meetings that were called, Speaker, because of ARPA, the Northern Agency delegates weren't able to attend very much of the Northern Agency veterans meetings because they met on Fridays, and that's when our leadership meetings were scheduled. So it was good to see them again, and I just want to recognize them at this time. And then our police officers who are out there, who are serving and protecting, I just want to say thank you for all the work that you've done. And for Chief Daryl Noon, I know that you are in a different position at this time, but I want to recognize Chief Daryl Noon for all the work that he did. And I know that my sister delegate Crotty was talking about, the work that she does. Chief Noon did such a fantastic job assisting with DAT, with MMIW, with public safety. He was always willing and ready to help, and he communicated often. And so I think that expectation is going to be there with the new chief, whoever is selected. But our chief of police, there was some things that did occur, but I want to recognize him at this time. And I'd like to ask everyone in this chamber's speaker to stand and to applaud his efforts, because it takes a lot to step into those positions. We grew our own within the Navajo Nation, and we closed the door on our own oftentimes. So I'd like to ask everyone for the recognition of Chief Noon and the work that he's done as Chief of Police. I'd like to ask everyone to stand and to applaud his efforts, and to let him know that we continue to stand behind him and the decisions that he's made and the leadership role that he has taken on. So with that, Speaker, I'd like to ask that at this time.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Regina Charles Newton, for those recognitions. And we also want to thank everyone that is here, our law enforcement, past, former police officers, our veterans that are here with us this morning. And next in queue, we do have Honorable Nathan Nota.
Thank you, Speaker Crystal and Curley. I want to also welcome Vice President Michelle Montoya, Attorney General Ethel Branch, and Controller Sean McCabe. Thank you for sharing your time with us today. Speakers, staff, I want to thank all of you for helping us and being here with us every time that we meet. You guys are really a big, major support for our efforts and so forth, and I thank you for that. Fellow delegates, it's good to be here with you this morning. Social media, you share with us your ideas and your perspective. Nathan Nota in Shiedo Ogan Slonki Ane Bashin Twitchy the Edash Chedo Shini Dashanala. I represent District 14, Ebony Hadasha, Ajayation Nishan, Council Delegate, Nishan Linigi, Nash Chido Twahach, Adona Nakaibit Hodobasla, Adoma Tate pleasure. So that's a Ajayation Nishnati. I want to thank my chapter officials, my chapter officers in those chapters for all your effort and your time. I also want to thank Delegate Arviso for inviting me to, inviting my family to join in the horse ride over here. We went from Yatahe to Winderock here at the fairgrounds at Dana. So I know that Asani and Linigi, the Nesani and Linigi, I Diego, they're strong. They make the Navajo Nation what it is. And I wanted to introduce two individuals that serve in that capacity. Let's say Twin Lakes Chapter President, Eloise Johnson. She's been the president there for many years, and she's doing a great job in moving that community forward. Could I have you stand, Miss Eloise? Thank you. Nana Kuna Shadeja, I thought could have been Aj. I thought she's a cook. She's a single mother. She's been a single mother for a long time. She does all the cleaning, which we talked about today. She's a substitute teacher. She's my trail boss when we come to some of these events. She has 4 kids, and she's also the commissioner supervisor for McKinley County. This is her first term, and I would like for her to stand as well. Danielle Nota. And that's it, Speaker Curley. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota. Next, we do have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Oh, yeah, Shadow Speaker, Arokro, Base Patas Andani, Clinikido, Ade, Hanso Kado, Ade, Shield, Daisnot, Shikado, a yak, Oga, a Nashlido, Todachini, a Bashichin, Kachini, a Dashichedo, Clash, Chanel, Don late South Sodo, Anna Constigots, at least yes, it Hatahajane, Ade, Jishike, Ade, do be the Base Patas Angara, Trasetato, Tratnas, Niki, Biga, keep it Nash, 8 South so. Nikit tunnels a little big alchi a what arsenanish ish ink jo to our honor guards and our Little Miss Ceremonial and Miss Navajo Pine High School, and which is also my alma mater, and to our chapters as well. They tune in, listen, they provide me questions and updates as we discuss those items that are outlined in our agenda. So I always appreciate them tuning in. Auto to my legislative district assistant, Ms. Benali, as well, and to Mr. Platero for providing our prayer. He also serves as a chair for Elevate Navajo. It's a nonprofit here in our local community of Fort Defiance. They work to help promote the youth in our communities. I had a chance to visit some of their classes where they have their juniors and sophomores, and they come and visit the 4th and 5th graders, and they teach the students go through different lessons. So it's always good to witness and see that interest at an early level. So Mr. Platero, I believe you're still in our audience here, so thank you for that work as well. Also to the staff and everyone, Madam Vice President as well, and to all of our team, all of our families, our partners, our emergency personnel who helped assist with our trail ride. We biked 15 miles from Fort Defiance through Blue Canyon all the way out towards Sawmill. We got up again about 3:30 in the morning. We started running about 5:30 through White Clay. And to all of our participants who came out, Saturday evening, we walked about 7 miles from Crystal to the Arts Festival in Navajo, New Mexico. From the Old Red Lake chapter along 1112 to the fairgrounds. So on the trail ride, we've met people, we've got a chance to visit, and we talked a lot about community. And also capitalizing on our mental, physical, and spiritual health. There's a lot that many of us probably don't share, but it's always good to ensure that we're exercising our minds, our bodies, our souls to stay afloat and to keep going and persevering. So we certainly thank all of our participants. Also for breakfast this morning from Navajo Prep, we also appreciate the team for always supporting the initiatives and getting their students involved in government. And also, as I was looking around with recognitions, I also want to recognize Shema, Miss Lydia Fasthorse. Lydia Fasthorse, Julia. Tkhatindo no wichina khe khut bananish al-on dne ache yina ntindo yikesiz akonsago akya nikidini do lechma gb dne nikizadigi be yadil titi no yego yikesiz anil sonshi khut bansi e case she janshi atlato khut belagana jiko be yasht kito the neck acho is just recognizing our modern society and pushing forward to that. And tomorrow I will be recognizing 2 of our youth who are really, really great, impressive young men and women who've did a lot with our Dene language. So I'll be recognizing them tomorrow. And also to all of our leaders, former leaders, current leaders who are also present. I know we were joined by Kuroshana, my predecessor, Mr. Stewart, as well. Joy also to all of our beings across the Nebuchadnezzar.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Next in queue, we do have Honorable Lester Yazzie.
Oyate to Akiha Shanella, Madam Speaker, those that season the bay, Shawin Age, Adin the Yate, Madam Vice President, Madam AG, Adin the now Mr. Ty Platero, those and Genobe, Nahana Isin from the Broken Arrow Bible Ranch. The Broken Arrow Bible Ranch is within my legislative district, so that was one of my representatives from the district that I Lester Yazzie and she Adon Schlinige Tachi, Slot Ashi Ebashichin, Kia Ani, the Shinaldo, she Edashiche, Ado Tanas, the Libis Nashnistobe, Batrate A. Chachel Trato Bahale, Do Satlichi, Do in the Kihojon, Ado in the Tech is Rock Springs, Ado in the Tayato. Akon hit Tranas, no Seni don't Hahok in Dasnishike, Dyson not again hit to yard in hit edition is Atoshik Edosh, no Senike, do Hela Hodona and the Shahano Lado, Dishi Hodoya, Hodo in Hatratasha, Consago, Eba hit Nisi, Adoshi to Hodon, Shabeli out of Sinsodo, Jacqueline Bisna Arch, Doshit Naspas, the Ledanza, Godoshi Naga, Ako Hela, Godosha, Stan, Lenige, Miss Sharon Hino Yazi, easy. Sheya is Satoshi Kedeze, and the teachers call her Miss Hino, but Miss Hino is a Navajo cultural instructor with the Raymond Navajo School Board, Unley Pine Hill Schools. The Ako Hialat Nahalchin and Handanotkin on his Jido on he or Ilto on he ya Niji hard she. Hot on any get obey not obey need aid or hot oil and Halchin be Yadil, Babich, Yadil, Tia Conscago, Hiala, Kodo, Disha, Shikania, Shalchin, Yachish, Dan Lido, a hot oil, and Halchin Holo, Adea, Nahanit Ash, Ado, Katie, Gea, Dinscago, Slot soy, a habit edition and so. Did it I need to go a yard, Nanishbits Ania. Ado Benda ya Ada Yashishone, Ado Cotishan and I honorable note and Abadil Kidney. We have the 210th Red Horse Engineering Squadron out of Kirtland Air Force Base. That was my former squadron. Then his lot so I get Bahasla, Twin Lakes. They are our civil engineers are in a program from the military that are building a home in Twin Lakes, and I just found that out that they are working with their counterparts, the Navy Seabees, civil engineering. So they are on our Navajo Nation, and maybe when we get more details, I'd like to go ahead and share that information, and maybe we can somehow properly extend our appreciation to our military men and women who do come on our Navajo Nation to construct our homes and maybe be a part of our planning process for our roads and some of our infrastructures. Ahots o di benbi just shisalal so I beneshni do lito ahwish batsdil zendo bajo ba needs and yidis kaje but isla dalt edo ben sekisla dalt au naha naidiol tajo ahwichi hot oyab batsdil zendo halshina anda kai zadan sawi batsdil zendo ko yala shinala Madam Speaker, when it's so sabi sa when age when so inch when they sleep like
Thank you, Kodoshanala, Honorable Lester Yazzie. And colleagues, we are joined by many of our former councilmen. So I'm just going to name off the names. I do see them from up here, so it's good to be here. Den khano yahagi shinanta ado ben khetra yata hot eto ko agin jino gon khinan nishatahla. So thank you to our former council delegates. On the north side, we do have Tom Chi. On the south side, I do see Shiaj Elmer Begay. On the south side, Mr. Wilson Stewart. Although Shiyaj was here as well, Mr. Elton Joe Shepherd. And to the north side, young Jeff Tom, happy birthday. And on the north side as well, our Charlie Long Sr. And also Mr. Pete at City on the north side as well. Thank you to our former council delegates for being here with us on opening day of our summer council session. And also give a round of applause for our Sergeant of Arms today, Mr. Chad Yazzie. And also in the back, our media team. We do have media that do visit us from throughout the Navajo Nation. We have Miss Arlissa Vicente with Arizona Republic. We have Krista Ellen with Navajo Times, and also Marley Shabala. Thank you for helping us keeping our Navajo people informed. And also want to say thank you to my husband as well. He's still at home. I know summertime, many of our husbands are out already gathering wood for our elders. So Mr. Neil Damon, I know you're listening online. And as many of our colleagues here, we have many of our spouses that stand beside us and pray for us. Kamiko, and I know for all of our children, almost schooling, 2 more weeks left of summer vacation. So let's get our children ready back for school clothes shopping, school supplies. And to my chapters as well, thank you for letting me be here and speak on your behalf. And thank you again all for our visitors, our families, and also our folks, our constituents that are listening online out in the media world. So tell your family and friends that this is also live streamed on our YouTube channel, which is accessible and free to everyone to join and tune in. And colleagues, I don't see anyone else in queue for recognitions this morning. We have Honorable Curtis Yanito.
Yate bena Arnold Sohodo. As a large Kojana saw Killa. She benda dashin sanit andishna. Jete yado de onsended over there. Din lay Christmas ilka, that's what gifts are done into Kiro in the Hanashi as in Sona Shigala de Benda Awananis Zato. Hadon the shower be sure. Ada inch in Jano Tadas Gizo in Jano Talawashi. Adon the shampoo don Jano Halchinot. Kadatin. They done set the teen, you know, is it see how these gives order as it was, you know. What I benandish, not all sleep with us and the ladies, Lish, Lilu, Ashenso. Got a shink at all you are big Ashian Labanda Altate, what Ashimanda Alte in the she are they shallow, so engine are the high, I don't know, are they Lish Lilu. I don't die here and get a dish, are not so, though, Lenigit are not in there. Yobada not Lila, did the summer session. I don't did or you in Kalanat I don't die, could not only than Lenido, could Vice President Shema and Toya here and Hiniato. An Hanantaho and the day, I don't Isla a large Zenit as a Adenichi Kat or Lil. It was Obeta will Zat in the Jot in the here the Schnidole. And not Zacodon get out or see the not on the not little. Don't get us in that law. Ado Amado Jado a son, a large and so Zingi Arnold Square Hanny Dinidole. Did it a Penashi Yakodo I want to thank Amber Crotty, kudo ya tidishi, the nada atlani that any gijo aji kait ale. Bikayat hishi benda angels versus drunk drivers at no. I appreciate the recognition on that. E konet ani edi atla liengi e yaton hayat eta. Kohadi de I call it the government disease with the shnila. Zal tsonin yilchun. Zal tsonin yilchun. What I the natural. I don't know the Neben has sub kite or touch it, need it, I light at nay. Ye big hayana kri. Though ye cheated that in Siliban's case of Chunil in it out. Unseen Dashki Yajan Shlong. Busbinashua. Being a busbinashua on the Chinyajan Nadait loud, Baji Busbinashlong, Bushtraber, Kira the Setta. Ben on it all the one they need a Dayan it all the one they are chilling is Hasua. A bit at Elko. We had a first accident. They Stunaki. Hayan is the name, there were doubts. Hayan's on once as a case as Tujan. They are the Dikli Chiu, are the either nice or tiny that no other a law called Aliado, the Nanaki. A question not a bit at Elko. A co other Bansas case at all, the ne. A Hayan is a lean at all, Halian Lansala. A co 8 Edoyahans and the 8 Asian deep Benashi Bayatat hit or Yugo. I don't that they owe you at a the gate and Jono that he cared or a nil. Other than that he can't do. So that any dot or you hasted or laid no sail down. Late I did net what I yana got. I don't the la a sat a chebich hannetle. I don't the bitch han neho. I ra edo to let seen in nilta. So that I know that oh you go not the kid at and she held. I don't lay na haga date a hosto. Oh you go a hashit I did ne a jalons yol in the yogi net to aj. I seen John need a ko a quaggy. That not Asia. I don't have the now each nature that dish battle. A joho garden now also about Halu. So that I have got I don't the dido without arch the yacht any Sunda Islanido did the Hagan the Dutch the yacht.
Time Artable Yanito, thank you for your recognition, Skodoshi Yaj. And colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue for recognitions. And also want to say thank you to our staff that are here with us this week. We have Office of Legislative Services, Office of Legal Counsel, and also the Office of the Speaker. So thank you to all of our staff for being here with us, and most importantly, our LDAs as well, our Legislative District Assistants. Colleagues, I don't see anybody in queue. We will move forward with our agenda. We will go down to number 3, review and adopt the agenda of our summer session. Ms. Johnson, if you could help us read our proposed agenda into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the 25th Nomination Council and visiting guests, this is the proposed agenda of the 25th Nomination Council summer session, July 15 through 19, 2024, 10 a.m. daily. Presiding Honorable Crystalline Curley, Speaker, 25th Nomination Council. 1, call session to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the nomination. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, receive the State of the Nation address from the President of the nomination. 5, receive report from the Chief Justice of the nomination. 6, receive report from the Speaker of the Nomination Council. 7, receive financial report from the Controller. 8, oral reports. A, Bureau of Indian Affairs. B, Indian Health Services. C, Attorney General. D, Nomination Youth Advisory Council. 9, written reports. A, standing committees. B, boards and commissions. C, Bureau of Indian Affairs. D, Indian Health Services Area Director. 10, old business, none. 11, new business. A, legislation 0157-24. B, legislation 0140-24. C, legislation 0143-24. 12, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable Nota, second by Honorable Herman Daniels. Colleagues, queue is now open for any additions or deletions or amendments. First, we have Chair Amber Kismat-Crotty.
Can you second this? Hold on. Yate, colleagues, I'd like to ask for an amendment. Speaker, I do have a legislation that from last year that I'd like to add to this council's agenda. If staff can assist by reading that into the record, thank you, and I'll reserve my time. Oh, it's the one to take delegates off.
Reserve time of 4:42, and this is on the main motion. Colleagues, there is a motion for amendment number 1, and that is to add a legislation, and we'll turn the floor over to Ms. Johnson to read legislation 0052-23 into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Nomination Council. Legislation 0052-24, -23. An act relating to the law and order, resources and development and Nabakeetic committees in the Nomination Council, amending 2 NNC Section 104 and 11 NNC Section 8B to prohibit council delegates from serving as board members and shareholder representatives for nomination-owned instrumentalities. The prime sponsor is Honorable Amber Kismat-Crotty, co-sponsor Honorable Danny Simpson, co-sponsor Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, is there a second? Second by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Colleagues, I don't see anyone in queue for amendment number 1. Second call. Third call. 2 minutes on the board, colleagues, for amendment number 1. And colleagues, for the record, it will be a majority vote for amendment number 1. And colleagues, again, for the record, we do have 3 absences excused. We have Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, Chair Shondine Parrish, and Chair Otto So. We have less than 30 seconds on the board, colleagues. Vice Chair Johnson, Honorable Danny Simpson, Chair Gina Charles Newton. The time expired on the clock, so we had to do roll call. Okay. Chair Gina Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Chair Charles Newton votes green. So staff, if we could double check her button. Okay, now it's working. And Chair Vince James. Chair Vince Jane votes green. And colleagues, that is the vote here from the floor. We have a vote of 12 in favor, 6 opposed, with Speaker not voting. So amendment number 1 carries. Colleagues, we are back on the main motion of our agenda. Next in queue, we have Honorable Toth. 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserved time of 4:58. Honorable Toth. This is on the main motion. Colleagues, are there any other questions or comments on the agenda? I'm going to go back to reserve time. I don't see anybody else new in queue. We have Chair Crotty with 4 minutes and 42 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Shadeja. I'd just like to use this time, since this will be on the agenda, if your staff can provide the latest copy of delegates who are shareholders and board members, that would be optimal as we move forward with this legislation. Thank you, and I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Chair Crotty, and we are in receipt of that request. And going back to reserve time for Honorable Toth, 4 minutes and 58 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to speak on the President address Ede Yeben Yende. So, Ede what that so waive my time until then. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Toth. Waives the rest of his time. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue, and we will go for a vote. Before that, I want to have Ms. Johnson read the amendment that has taken place, and we will have 2 minutes on the board for a vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the 25th Nomination Council, Amendment 1, add legislation 0052-23 to the agenda. That would be old business item A, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, we will have up to 2 minutes on the board, and this is on the main motion to adopt our agenda. And for the office of the President, Vice President, if you are listening online or in here, staff, please notify the President that the State of the Nation address is next on the agenda. And colleagues, we have the full vote here on the floor. We have 18 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting. Thank you, colleagues. We have adopted our agenda for our summer council session. Colleagues, we will move down with our agenda. Number 4, receive the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. And we do have another former council delegate that also walked in here with us to join us for our first day, Andrew Simpson. If you could wave. Oh, on the south side. State of the Nation address by President Dr. Boo Nygren, and we also have Vice President Rochelle Montoya here with us. Second call for President Dr. Boo Nygren. And colleagues, just for the record, we did send notification and our agenda was posted on Friday, so we did provide that notice. Thank you, colleagues. And third call for Dr. Boo Nygren, Navajo Nation President. All right, colleagues, well, we will move on. We will go down to number 5. And colleagues, we always send that courtesy of notification. And also, there's always that option for our colleagues to do a motion on the floor to add a report back onto the agenda. So we will go down to number 5, receive report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. Chief Justice? Point of order raised by Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's appropriate to have the vice because she's here. She is here. Oh, President Walk-Injun. Thank you.
Colleagues, just out of respect for our nation's president, if you could all please rise. We do have Honorable President Dr. Boo Nygren here with us in the chambers. Colleagues, we do have our president here. You may all be seated. And colleagues, I did do a third call for the State of the Nation address. And colleagues, we do have that option to do motion and then go back to report item number 4. So that is open, colleagues. Honorable Nota.
I make the motion to go back to item number 4 and allow the president to give his address.
Thank you, Honorable Nota, and that is updated on the board, colleagues, and it's motion to go back to item 4. Is there a second? Second by Chair Brenda Jesus. Colleagues, are there any discussion or comments on the motion that's on the floor? Honorable Toth, I do see you're in queue. No, that was this. If you could please update the board. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. If you have not recognized another motion, do we need to actually have a vote to return back to 4? Because we hadn't taken any action yet on the lineup of the agenda. I'll reserve my time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Just to recap, colleagues, I did do a third call, and I did go down to number 5 to report from the Chief Justice. I did call that. It would have to go back to a motion just to make sure that we're doing things in order. So there is a motion on the floor just to go back to item number 4, since I did move on with the agenda. Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Colleagues, are there any other additional questions, comments on the floor on the current motion on the floor? Reserve time, Vice Chair Slater, 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And I think this is an area that's a little bit ambiguous, but generally when it comes to agenda and rules of order, et cetera, for each agenda item that's listed, there should be some sort of resolution to it. So if you skip past a report, then there really should be a vote to defer it or something of that nature, so that's not just sitting out there in the ether, or delete it from the agenda. And I think that would have been the appropriate course of business. So I guess, in my opinion, I don't think that it is appropriate to have another motion and to do that whole thing again, because there was actually no action that was taken to move us forward. We wouldn't have another motion until after the Chief Justice presented, and the Chief Justice wasn't present. So we would have a motion to accept the report after that. It's just like with legislation, you have to have a motion. People can still vote up until the next motion takes place. So I think there would have to be some sort of disposition of item number 4 before we move on. And that would be deleting it, referring it to the next council session, something of that nature. But I respect your decision. I'm not going to challenge it right now. And I just think this is something the Title II Reform Subcommittee can work on under Shiche Delegate Tolth's leadership. Thank you. Yield my time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. And just for clarification, colleagues, I'm going to turn over to Ms. Khan from Office of Legal Counsel just to provide an explanation of some of the rules that was questioned. But we do have a current motion on the floor. Ms. Khan?
Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, with regard to this particular procedure, the rules are not specific as to what happens in this situation when an item comes up on the agenda and the particular speaker, or in this case, the president is not has not arrived at the chambers, and there is no particular procedure as to whether a determination is made, a statement is made by the speaker with regard to going on to the next item on the agenda. Past practice has been allowed for the speaker to move on to the next item, and that is the current precedent and it's just a precedent with regard to the practice. It is not in the code, and we have not had an interpretation on it. If individuals want to challenge the speaker, there is a provision for challenging the speaker. Other than that, we have no specific procedure as to this particular point that is being brought up. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Khan, for that clarification, colleagues. I did recognize the motion on the floor by Honorable Nota. So the current motion on the floor is to go back to agenda item 4, and it was second. Colleagues, if there's no other questions or comments on the current motion, point of privilege called by Chair James.
Speaker, I call this point of privilege to Rule 16 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. Speaker and Legal Counsel. Speaker, you were in the middle of recognizing a point of order that was done by Honorable Tolth. He never had the option to complete his point of order. We never addressed that matter, and at that time, President Bunigran walked in, and you went directly to a motion. Please, Speaker, let's get back in order. And kindly, I would ask that the motioning party withdraw their motion and come back to the point of order that we were in the middle of, that we stopped Honorable George Toth. And so he did not complete his point of order. And so a point of privilege, so that will be my point of privilege, Speaker. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair James, and thank you, Honorable Toth. I believe we're in a whole commotion of having an entrance of Dr. Nigrin. So, Honorable Toth, I do believe and recall that you did state that Madam Vice President was here in the chambers as well to provide a report. So, colleagues, and as mentioned, colleagues, I did move forward with the agenda. And I did go to number 5. I did do third call to have our presenters come up to the table here up in the front. So, colleagues, there is a motion on the floor, and as the motion does currently stand, it gives the opportunity for the Office of the President and Vice President to provide a report. Thank you, colleagues. Are there any other additional questions or comments, colleagues? Chair James?
Again, thank you, Speaker, members of the council. I'd like to make a motion to challenge your requests and amending the motion in the second. Reserve my time. Thank you.
And that is reserved time of 4:48. So, colleagues, that is in the rule book of point of order, appeal of decision. That is Rule 25, and Chair Vince James called to Rule 25D. Thank you, with the guidance of our legal counsel here, that a challenge can take place during a call of point of order. So that was during a point of privilege. So just during that time when Honorable Toth did make that point of order, and I did proceed back with the agenda. So it would have been appropriate at that time to challenge the ruling during Honorable Toth's point of order. However, I did move forward with the agenda, as there is no specific rule in the rule was our standing rules of the Navajo Nation Council. So I did do a third call out of courtesy again. And colleagues, we did post the agenda on Friday, and the appropriate notice was sent over to the Office of the President and Vice President. So I did go forward to item 5, to the report of the Chief Justice, but also provided that any colleagues can also go back and motion to go back to the State of the Nation address as item number 4. So that is the current motion on the floor, colleagues. So at that time, it would have been appropriate to raise a challenge during the point of order. And colleagues, back to the queue. We are on a motion to return back on item 4. We have Honorable Ricky Ness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Speaker, I believe when we do move on with the agenda, and if there's a motion, that motion needs to be clarified to where we amend the agenda. First, the motion would be to suspend the floor rules and then amend the agenda to re-add the President's State of the Nation address. So if the motioning party, perhaps they could clarify their motion to suspend the floor rules and amend the agenda and re-add the President's report. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker. I wait the rest of my time.
Thank you, Chair Nez, for that clarification. So colleagues, just to recap, I'll have Ms. Khan overview the process that is on our agenda. As you recall, colleagues, as it states on the agenda, it was not removed. The State of the Nation was not removed, so we could go back to item number 4. But just for clarity, I will have Office of Legal Counsel also make that clarification. Ms. Khan?
Madam Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, we have a situation in which an item was on the agenda, and the president of the Navajo Nation was not in the chambers when the speaker made the announcement to move on to the next item on the agenda. There are two ways of dealing with this, and one, of course, is the one, there are two right before you right now with regard to the item on the agenda that was passed over, and that was to motion that the report be given. And the other way is to amend the agenda. One, of course, the first one, of course, is just a majority vote. The second would take a supermajority vote to add an item back onto the agenda. Again, there is in this situation, we again do not have a past precedent. The item, the report was not removed from the agenda. It is still there, and for purposes of this particular item, I would say that that the motion can be made to go back and add it, not add it, but listen to the report without amending the agenda. It is on the agenda. We are not changing the agenda. That is the advice that I have at this moment, because the agenda remained the same. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Khan, for that clarification. Colleagues, as Ms. Khan stated, Office of Legal Counsel, the report is not deleted. It is still there, so it is in order to have that motion on the board that is shown here, motion to go back to agenda item 4. So colleagues, that is still updated here on the board as it stands here in this council chambers. Chair Crotty?
Thank you, Shadeja. I apologize, I stepped out during this discussion, and for some reason the audio is no longer available on this side. So if I could ask Chair James Shiaj, can you let me understand your challenge that you're asking the council to decide? If you could just restate that so I could look at the rules. And then if Speaker Curley, if you could respond or just if I could get it from Chair James right now, and then I'll ask for a response or clarification since this is, this discussion is regarding the challenge to the speaker's decision. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
And that is reserved time of 4:13. Thank you again, Chair Crotty. Again, colleagues, we are on a current motion, and this is not on the point of order that was raised by Honorable Toth. And colleagues, as a reminder, I know many of our presenters are here with us and online, and this is the reason why we give notification of our agenda way prior before. So if you're listening and on the report as presenters, please be here on time. And we do have, this session happens every quarter, every 3 months, and it is written in the code that we be here, and our presenters, and we all know who's on the agenda today. So we can start going on with our business, colleagues. But if we could keep our order, colleagues, and we do have a long agenda. We already approved our agenda. I did do a third call, colleagues, just a reminder. But as colleagues, you do have that right to do a motion to refer back to item number 4. So colleagues, are there any other additional questions or comments on the motion that is on the floor right now? Chair James, I don't know if you have any follow-up statements. Oh, we do have reserved time of 4:48.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, for recognizing me under reserve time. Just for clarification, Chamanta Honorable Crotty, I did make a motion to challenge, but the Speaker, I assume, declined it because she didn't call for a second. And the point of order was coming from Honorable Toth. So Honorable Toth would be the one that would be, should be making this point of order and should be making the challenge, because we were in the middle of responding to Honorable Toth, which he never got an answer to. And that was my main concern. So that's where we are at on this. But Speaker just went directly into a motion in a second to return back to agenda item number 4. Honorable Nez is correct. There should have been a rule order that was put under Rule 24, which is suspensions of rules. That wasn't identified, nor is it on the board. So I could do another challenge on that. But again, I hope, President, you realize this. You need to be here, President. You know, President Bunigran, this is what happens. Don't laugh at us about it. This is not the first time that you have done this to us. We have all these rules of orders here, so be here. Be here on time. Be here before 10 a.m.
So if we could keep our claps and applauses, colleagues or visitors in the gallery as well. So we did pause time. We'll put that additional time back on the clock. Chair James.
Of course, so out of course, so now we're just all over the place, and I'm gonna still do that challenge because you didn't recognize Rule 24 to do a suspension of rules on this 2 motion. And the way to get out of it is just to ask the motioning party to withdraw, and then let's move on to Chief Justice. And once we hear that report, then we can come back and do suspension of the floor rule, because you already recognize Chief Justice Alto'o. You already asked for her. You didn't even give her 3 chances, just like how you gave 3 chances to the president. Achilne Neshoyat Jokot Shiban, this case Ipinina, additional speaker. And so the motioning party, I'm going to ask again, even though I'm on my time, if you can respectfully just withdraw your motion and let's go back to House Speaker had things in order to hear a report from Chief Justice. So the other three call of course. So I'm just trying to make that effort to put the meeting back in order. I'm not talking about an item being deleted or agenda being out or anything like that. I'm just trying to get back in order. Speaker, other members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:24. Chair James. Thank you, Chair James and colleagues. We are on the motion that is current on the board, and there is a request to Honorable Nota for withdrawal of that motion, colleagues. And just to recap, I did move on to number 5, receive a report from the Chief Justice when that motion did come on the floor. Honorable Nota, there is that request from Chair James to withdraw your motion.
Speaker, there is a motion on the floor. I would like to move forward with that motion, and I would like to request to revise that motion and add to suspend the floor rules to allow the President to give his State of the Nation address as item number 4. I reserve my time.
All right, thank you, Honorable Nota, and that is edited here on the board for that modification is motion to suspend the floor rules to go back to agenda item 4. And colleagues, just for the record, that will change it to a 2/3 vote on the floor. And seconding party, Chair Jesus, you concur with that modification. Chair Jesus does concur with that modification, colleagues. And we do have a motion and a second. And I'm going to go back to the motion and for the reserve time. So we do have 2 reserve times. We have with Chair Crotty with 4 minutes and 13 seconds.
Okay, so modified, so motion to suspend the floor rules to go back to the agenda item 4 to allow the President to provide the State of the Navajo Nation address. Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. And again, apologize that I wasn't here, but I agree with Vice Chair Slater that because there was not an action for item 5, that and if a legislative council is stating that there's not anything in the rules, I think just in terms of always trying to de-escalate the issues and de-escalate how we want to work together for the benefit of our people, that if there was no motion to item 5, that we just defer back to the report on item 4. I'm going to, in the essence of moving on and to de-escalate the situation, because I also would like to say there's times where I have found myself late to important discussions, and I think if we just continue to have that dialogue with each other, then we can really focus on some of the serious issues at hand when it comes to the nation, like how we're going to continue to advocate for our people who are still struggling without running water or electricity, and have conversations with top legislative with executive and the judicial on what then is the Navajo Nation's plan to move forward, where I think we all can see a vision to the future. And if we could come together and have some really good facilitators and develop a clear plan, there's not one way to achieve those goals. But what our people are asking from us as leadership is through prayer or to find that way to work together to accomplish some of these areas that would really enhance the quality of life. And to see someone turn on water in their home or have electricity, especially during this heat wave, is something that we all can strive for. And so I will call on the peacemakers of the council to come together and guide us into this pathway so that we could move forward and that we demonstrate how our people with our nation in any turbulent time will come together in their house, in the people's house that has experienced so much that these murals reflect, that we're putting our best foot forward to try to understand each other and be compassionate towards each other. And I make that commitment because what we're seeing in the nation and at a global level is Navajo has, through our prayers and our teaching, we have the way forward. We've demonstrated that with our code talkers, and we could demonstrate that now and how we work with one another to achieve those goals. And so I appreciate all of my colleagues here, those who are listening online, our executive team, our judicial team, our federal partners, because what our people are asking us is don't forget about us here, back at home. My daughter tells me every day, you don't go there to argue, you go there to find solutions. And she's giving up her mama to do the work, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty, for those reflection. And colleagues, we do have the president here with us and also the vice president. So, and there's that motion on the floor to allow him to complete his report, the State of the Nation. And going back to reserve time, we do have Chair Vince James with 1 minute and 24 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the council. So what rule are you referring to allow this motion to go forward? Reserve my time.
Thank you, Chair James. We'll be utilizing Rule 8, and that is, oh no, that's not Rule 8. And that will be clarification of Rule 6, Order of Agenda Business. And colleagues, before we do recognize other motion, there is always that opportunity for our colleagues to motion to suspend floor rules to either add legislations or reports. So, and that is the current motion on the floor, is to go back to item number 4. Chair James, you do have reserved time of 1:15.
Thank you. So again, with the motioning party, if I can request to the motioning party to have our Honorable Vice President Rochelle Montoya provide that report first before our President, Boo Nygren, because our Vice President was here before our President of the Navajo Nation. Reserve my time.
Thank you, Chair James, and there is that request. Thank you, Chair James, and it does read on our agenda as number 4, receive the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. And President, and we will give you that opportunity to have Vice President Rochelle Montoya also do a portion of her report as requested by Chair James once it goes back to item number 4. So there is that request. And colleagues, as a reminder, our agenda does state the president, so we will have to make that modification or for Title II or some sort. I know there's a lot of gray areas in our rule books and colleagues, but thank you, Chair James, for that recommendation as well. And I believe, President, that was also a request to yourself if it does go back to your report. Colleagues, are there any other questions, or go back to Honorable Daniels, new in queue, and then I'll go back to reserve time.
Yeah, good Madam Speaker. Yeah, I don't know that 25th Council. Yeah, I don't know to the motioning parties. Zantshago. Yeah, good. I don't know. Oh, banan hosh karo lesnant. I don't know. Jokodo the Nebenant large sutagi. Nikhelki haya Arab count as a tagi. I shall sit in Kesta Hoshima. A call Aronana Nate the Ne. Lada da is sakat. Nereina Shade. Lada da is Kodod Obana Oshkat or Letico. Or the Kodo Ben Itzagi Kodo Bedes Night of a case Seneki. Hashat Unasotil Nishit. Kodon Hishna Hatos and Hado in the Kodona Kiddishi. Nidil Kido Leto. So it is Omana Oshkat or Leticotic at Hadashi who was the speaker. East so that's a big hug and the Kote. Kodo Adol letter by Yale Kiko at I think Yale Kit. So Iba Banan Hoshkash and Anoshenegate or Naso deal, Nato to Kodo Bawi deal, Ashen Soy. So a day Kodo. Ben Hawint and so Kodo Beshmas and Nate Lenigi. Hido Shadow and hit no the baby Hodi car laden day creator. Go adults add or lessons soy. Hazo and Dale in the store lessons soy. Idibana Oshkado. Ado I had the station of Ada, Tranas, and Libertas Ad, Kodo, Hazo Hitchen Dash, and Shishno Zada, which in Halo, I add Yash Hitler. So Ede Kodo, the Quaggy Nast, and the Quaggy has and the geek at Quaggy. Hazo it is neatly and so Kodo. So there's an appenda and Juno Becha out the Ebenail Nate or Lesh. The Snow has Zelo, a court Benashni or the Snatty, Juno, so there's a Becha out Zigo, Koshla, a Koshla, a Gillette or Lego, Ea, that, so Kodo it, Banan was Kakodosant, Anoshengi, Aronan Kodo Belkes, Zenki, Ashat or Nascotil, Nisha Kendi, Dash Aronana Kodo, Nikisha Hoton, Neto, Kodosina, Ideal Kitolish. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Daniels, for that reflection recommendation, colleagues, and we do have the motion on the floor in a second. And we will go back to reserve time since I don't see anybody else in queue. Chair James with 1 minute and 15 seconds. Or 54 seconds, correction, 54 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, members of the council. Please, President Nigran, understand that we're going all of this because of you coming in late. And that shouldn't be the case. You know when you're supposed to be here. So hopefully this will be your first and last time doing this to the council. Dan hit no the whale G Kot ba khasti dolil. Adoshin kodo naso dolil. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair James. Kodo behensi iki shiaj. Thank you for those recommendations as well to our colleagues. And colleagues I don't see anybody else in queue. Again, second call and third call. 2 minutes on the board, colleagues, for the motion to suspend floor rules. And it is a 2/3 vote. And if it does carry, it will be next on our agenda, going back to item 4. Colleagues, we have less than 1 minute on the board. Honorable Norman Begay, Honorable Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson, Honorable Danny Simpson. And colleagues, as for the record, we do have 3 excused absences today. All right, colleagues, we do have the full vote here from the floor. We have a vote of 10 in favor, 7 opposed, with Speaker not voting. So the motion to suspend floor rule fails. Thank you, colleagues, for that motion to suspend floor rules, and we will move on with our agenda. Number 5, receive report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. Colleagues, we will move forward with the report. Will there be any questions or comments coming from the floor? Chief Justice is here with us, and we will provide her 20 minutes on the board for her report.
Yad abine, she ya Joanne Jane in she, Kabahen shle, Kenya ani bashes chin, Twitch ini dashache, Kabahen dashanella. Dia ya twahaj in the ade nasha, adish ya hoa. Dia Chief Justice will yehi ya, nan nish. Agatit ahin shle ado, kwa ya. Report will yehagi shin kwa adishli. Adolta anahui ahi to nshle to. Madam Speaker, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Council delegates of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, relatives and guests, ahiha. As the summer sun graces our spirits and our lands, I extend my warm greetings to each of you with the vitality and energy of this season. May the sun's light and warmth guide our discussions today and decisions while fostering progress and unity. Today, I am filled with a sense of pride and optimism. The Navajo Judicial Branch has made significant strides in the third quarter of fiscal year 2024. Judicial Branch employees every day find innovative ways to provide access to our justice systems with the limited resources that may be not available. I am honored to share these highlights with you today. By expanding access to justice, the Judicial Branch is finding ways to maintain and improve public trust and confidence. For example, in Kayenta, the district court there worked tirelessly this past quarter to provide a mobile court at Navajo Mountain and Inscription House this coming quarter. Both Window Rock Judicial District judges and the staff have been developing new legal notices for publication to lessen the financial burden on the public. Crown Point Judicial District has worked to provide legal, educational resources to pro se litigants. These are just a few of the creative ways that the Judicial Branch employees improve access to the courts. I want to personally thank them who know their work is not just a job, but true public service. Before I expand on this vital work, let me talk to you about what our Judicial Branch looks like. We operate 26 level courts, 13 district courts, and 13 family courts, as well as the special division within the Window Rock Judicial District. Currently, there are 26 courts. We have 10 judges. We are also fortunate to have 3 judicial hearing officers who assist in shelter care and domestic violence hearings. In addition to the only appellate court, the Supreme Court, the Judicial Branch also operates 12 probation and parole services sites and 12 peacemaking districts. This is all accomplished because of the dedicated work of 186 employees who are the court clerks, bailiffs, and court document technicians. This also includes the financial section, the human resources section, the IT staff who keep the branch running every single day. In looking at our resources, our budget, including federal and Navajo Nation funds, is just a small percentage of the Navajo Nation's budget. This is not a complaint. However, we would like to recognize the resiliency of the Judicial Branch staff who continue to achieve the branch's mission. We are aware of the ones we serve who are affected by these limited resources. Regardless, the branch is looking forward to these next few months in working cooperatively with both the legislative and executive branch to improve the branch's resources to serve the public. Maintaining and always working to improve the public's trust and confidence in our justice system has been the forefront this quarter. We have heard your concerns and always welcome these discussions with our colleagues in both the legislative and the executive branches. As you can see from the written report that we gave to you, our successes demonstrated by the district and family courts that have been very active this quarter. A total of 3,242 cases were filed throughout the Navajo Nation courts this quarter, averaging 56 cases filed per business day. Within that time period, the courts also closed 4,494 cases, averaging 80 cases closed per business day. This impressive performance has resulted in an overall clearance rate of 139%. This significantly surpasses our goal of 100% clearance rate. This achievement highlights the dedication and hard work of our judges, court staff, and everyone involved in the branch and in the judicial system. in the court system, and let me explain what a clearance rate is. It identifies the number of outgoing cases as the percentage of the number of incoming cases. This rate identifies how effective a court is at handling incoming caseloads and clearing backlogged cases. To that end, the branch will continue to calculate clearance rates for each district and family court on a monthly basis. By monitoring and striving to achieve this goal in each district, we ensure that our judicial system remains efficient and responsive to the general public. Excuse me. As you are aware, the Navajo Nation court systems are two, and these are the following. Peacemaking, our traditional system of justice, continues to provide direct services for individuals and families seeking to settle disputes. Peacemaking is also excuse me, bringing innovation to our systems of justice by reaching out to school districts and other state partners who are learning about how peacemaking can be incorporated into systems that have ignored our traditional systems in the past. The branch has a probation and parole services, program, and they have been exceptional. They have been very exceptional and busy with redeveloping how their systems are viewed nationwide. Recently, the probation and parole services program was invited to speak on how to work with client offender services, not only can but must incorporate fundamental and traditional concepts. This important work demonstrates the Navajo Nation's commitment to the people. We, particularly in understanding how we relate to these historical reasons for behaviors while maintaining one's responsibility to oneself, family, and community. In addition to providing direct services to more than 575 individuals during this quarter, peacemaking and probation and parole services have also been diligently working to improve their operations. They have been actively redeveloping plans of operations, standard operating procedures, and agreements that will enhance the services provided to all of our communities. This ongoing effort reflects our commitment to developing and delivering justice and support to the Navajo people. I am also pleased to report that the expenditure plan for the Shkajan Nahat Abeso Bahawan is completed and was submitted for legislative action this past quarter. This plan, which Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton and Chairwoman Shondine Parrish have agreed to co-sponsor, will provide essential funding for the continued operation and improvement of our judicial services. Included in this plan is funding for multiple projects, such as the first ever Navajo peacemaking facility, which is effective and reflective of peacemaking as the original justice system of the Navajo people. This new facility will greatly enhance our ability to provide vital peacemaking services to our community. The plan also funds such projects as the Aneth Judicial Complex in Aneth, Utah, as well as other priority projects that have been in development for many years without funding. I want to take a moment to thank our staff who have worked for years to bring these projects forward through consensus and having it as a priority. Furthermore, two major projects are underway this coming quarter. The Window Rock Judicial District is planning to open its new facility in Fort Defiance. This facility will house the Window Rock Probation and Parole Program and the Window Rock Judicial District, which has been without a facility for more than 8 years. This new facility will provide a more efficient and comfortable environment for both the public and our staff. It will also improve our ability to deliver effectively the services that our Navajo people need. I'm also pleased to announce that the Kayenta Judicial District will begin new construction on their new judicial complex. The groundbreaking ceremony will occur in the next quarter. This marks a milestone in our efforts to improve judicial infrastructure and access in our nation. The new complex will provide a state-of-the-art facility that meets the needs of our growing caseload and ensures a dignified space for the administration of justice. The branch is grateful for the work all of the staff in both these projects and also the efforts the legislative committees and council in funding these vital projects. The Shiprock Judicial District continues also to be a priority on the Judicial and Public Safety Facilities Fund list. The need for a permanent judicial facility for Shiprock remains a priority, and we are committed to addressing this need as soon as possible. A permanent facility will not only enhance the delivery of justice, but also provide a stable and a reliable environment for cooperation in conjunction with other justice partners. Furthermore, Administrative Director Benny Francisco, who sits here at the table with me, whose expertise in tribal courts has been evident during his short tenure. He has successfully completed a probationary period and is now the permanent administrative director of the courts. Under his visionary leadership, he is committed to bringing integrity and making substantial changes to improve the operations of all Navajo courts. For example, under his leadership, the financial unit of the Administration Office of the Courts, also called AOC, has already gone and undergone a significant reorganization and a reclassification, setting a precedent for the rest of the AOC department. Other units within the AOC will also soon be reorganized to better serve the needs of the public and the judicial branch as a whole. This comprehensive reorganization is a vital step towards enhancing our operational efficiency, ensuring that we meet the demands of our judicial system, and upholding the highest standards of justice in our communities. These developments reflect our commitment to justice, efficiency, and community support. We are moving in a new direction, embracing new ideas and perspectives to overcome long-standing challenges that we have had. While we innovate and adapt, we will continue to strive for excellence in all aspects of our judicial system, ensuring that we serve the Navajo Nation with integrity and dedication. It is essential for everyone to believe in the judicial system and have confidence in the courts and the diligent work of court personnel. Each member of our court staff takes ownership of their daily work, striving to better provide services to the Navajo people. Talented and accomplished staff who have for decades committed to public service through the judicial branch. This collective dedication is the backbone of our judicial system. We must all work together to uphold the principles of justice, fairness, and equality that are the foundation of our Diné fundamental laws. I would like to emphasize the importance of judicial independence within our government. A fair and impartial judiciary is crucial to maintaining not only the balance of power, but also respecting each branch's roles and responsibilities. Judicial independence allows us to make decisions based on justice and fairness, free from external pressures and influences. This principle is essential for the protection, not only for our personal rights and freedoms, but also for our personal responsibilities and sovereignty, our collective rights and freedoms. It is also essential in maintaining public trust in our judicial system. Finally, I will respectfully request your favorable consideration of the judicial branch's upcoming fiscal year 2025 budget. Adequate funding is vital to continue our progress, improve our facilities, and ensure that we can effectively serve the Navajo Nation. Your support will enable us to maintain the high standards of justice and service that our people deserve. In conclusion, I am confident that with our collective efforts, we can continue to make significant progress in the judicial system. Let us move forward with determination, embracing the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. Together, we will build a stronger, more efficient, and more just judicial system for the Navajo Nation. Council delegates of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and relatives, Ahiha, let us strive to remain safe, respectful, and caring for one another while ensuring our Navajo community thrives in harmony. Ahiha. Madam Speaker.
Kiaha Shama, Chief Justice Kodo Hanet Gitchin Lagi by Nitzen. Thank you for providing your 20 minutes of report. And colleagues, I will call for a motion to accept Chief Justice's report. Is there a motion? Motion by Chair Brenda Jesus. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Carl Slater. First in queue, we do have Honorable Tull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Aro Coronat Ani Glenny 25th Navajo Nation Council. Aro Chief Justice Kung A report in la. I would ask some few questions and concerns. The last time we met here in the council chamber, there were some issue regards to judges, personnel, appeal, and all that. I didn't hear that in your report, how you worked on it, how you fixed this, the problems that you have in your system and in judicial system. My understanding, a lot of judges are so bullied and they're not helping their community. That's why a lot of cases are pending. And my understanding, some judges don't want to come to the court. And some years in my days when I was with law enforcement, I used to have a judge there all the time, 5 days a week. Now I think they're just calling in from the house and making a decision. That needs to be addressed. The other part that I'm gonna ask is also why a lot of vacancy. There are some good people that work in your judicial system. They left because of lack of leadership, no goals. And then the judges are bullied and some staff are bullied. That needs to stop. And a lot of case people's, their case is always postponed. That needs to be worked on. So during your report, I didn't see that, how you work and fix all these problems in your area, in all the through Navajo Nation. Area nandedesh kilto hait in la hast anen klarats because every time the the session people always text us. Former employees text us. No. So, it is koro benja distito a care to ashi new the I see the hot and lenigi need to do evaluation, do assessment, and fix all these problems. Because the staff they run, the former staff they run to us, what the hell that need. So it is koro out of the case in Lenido, why is it so pending? What the other one is peacemaking. To Kate Hana and the house ko in ha adili tandi nin spring na don wata ako hai aro report each in how far you made these corrections. So it is ya korbench at this to ahon sobe has sido ne. Thank you, Speaker. Where's my time?
Yeah, Honorable Tolt. Next, we will go to Chair Brenda Jesus.
Yate, good afternoon again, Madam Speaker, Otto Inda, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So, Kodo Hiha, Miss Joanne Jane, Chief Justice, for giving a report to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. A couple of months ago, Law and Order Committee had took the lead, and Resources and Development Committee was alongside them at the NTUA headquarters to have a discussion on some of the barriers and challenges in regards to probate. Now, one of your department, the peacemaking program, was in attendance. Those staff from the agencies had pretty much shared their challenges and barriers with the council delegates as policymakers. And I'm speaking in regards to the grazing permits, also the home site leases, and the land use permits that are still pending within the district courts across the Navajo Nation, as to how do we find a solution to possibly, I guess one area would be to amend the title code that these particular grazing permits, home site leases, and land use permits no longer should go into probate status. So ever since that discussion, we as policymakers on the legislative side have been awaiting judicial branch to pretty much take the lead and to say, okay, let's have a proper work session to really sit down and strategize on what type of a strategy we're going to come up with to find a solution to address these issues. I was hoping that I would hear this in your report, but going forward, this would be my request to you, Madam Chief Justice, from Resources and Development Committee, to have LOC committee to be there as well to really start strategizing on a solution. I mean, we constantly just talk about it and we're just kind of going in circles every quarter. We need to find a solution today, not tomorrow, not next week, not next month. It has to be today, Shema. So please understand that for us, because we have a lot of our constituents out in the greater part of the Navajo Nation that are just twiddling their thumbs as to what is the next steps for them. And I've attended, land board meetings. I've attended grazing official meetings. We even had a leadership meeting with Bureau of Indian Affairs over at NDOT, and not one representative from Judicial Branch was in attendance. So these are the type of important committee meetings that these are the important type of committee meetings that we have in hopes that we would have the key stakeholders to be in attendance to listen to these issues. We need to really find a strategy going forward, and what laws under the title codes do we need to amend? And maybe with your assistance as legal counsel, we can go ahead and make those language provision as to where those strikeovers are going to be with the deletion of current language provision in these title codes. So I show the quack and and because we do have constituents across the Navajo Nation awaiting, responses from the courts in regards to their probate and, with the grazing permits, home site lease, and also land use permit. So I just wanted to go ahead and put that recommendation in, and Speaker, I will go ahead and waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jesus. I'm going to turn the floor back over to our Chief Justice, Madam Chief Justice, for your responses.
Thank you for the question and comment, Delegate Toth. Thank you for bringing up issues that are, and topics. First of all, in regards to the bullying that have been spoken about at this time. Again, I want to go back through that process. If there is, they are cases, or if there's incidents of bullying, then that has to be brought to our attention within the personnel department. And so I can answer with that. And in regards to why there are a lot of vacancies, if we can, I think, how many vacancies do we have? Okay. In regards to the vacancies that we have, there are vacancies in all aspects of all of the districts that we have right now. We have vacancies in peacemaking, probation and parole. We also have vacancies in all of the district courts, and then also the program. So we do have vacancies. And the question remains, why does that occur? Some of those answers, we're not aware of some of those answers. We do have a recruiting effort, a very aggressive recruiting effort. And if we look back at the records of the judicial branch, we can find that there has been vacancies for a long time, but then also there have been vacancies that have been filled. And so that's how I would like to answer that one, Delegate Holt. In regards to, I'd like to address the one with the cases in regards to why cases are postponed. I cannot answer that because these cases come up to the district courts, and each district court and each district judge and their staff make a decision on various reasons. There may be reasons of continuances that are requested by the parties. They may be, there's all kinds of different variations as to why cases are postponed. We recently had a judicial conference, and the judicial conference is where all the judges and the justices get together, and we have talked about being more efficient, being more responsive, and so forth. And so in regards to doing an evaluation, the administrative part of our judicial branch has done that, has taken a look at, why are we having these vacancies? Why do we have judge vacancies and so forth? And, there's a variety of reasons, and at least for some of the areas, housing is a challenge. And even though we may have individuals at the district level, they may, have no housing and so on. So. What's that? Okay. Okay. Thank you. And that is the response in regards to Delegate Holt, in regards to any of, I don't know the answer. I don't have the answer, the information in regards to to the complaints that are sent in regards by individuals that may have left the judicial branch or any other complaints. We do take complaints very seriously, and we do take a look at those to see how we can improve the response to that. Delegate Toll. In regard to Delegate Jesus, thank you for your questions and your comments. Certainly, I don't see this one. Oh, okay. Who do we reach out to? Delegate Jesus, I'm sorry, I'm getting some information here. We have reached out to begin the conversation. And that conversation regarding grazing permits, and we welcome the opportunity to continue that conversation, and we can do that. And so, yes, we have reached out to some of the delegates already. We reached out to Delegate Johnson and so forth in regards to some of these issues. And we are very aware that there are the issues of, in all the courts and even in peacemaking, we're very aware of the grazing, the home site leases, land permits, and how is it that we find solutions. And so this is a collaborative effort that would need to happen in regards to the legislative branch as well as the executive and judiciary. It is the legislative branch who are those bodies that certainly can change statute. And so we are very willing to do that with our administration of the court's office here. And basically the next steps Delegate Jesus is to move forward and have this conversation. And we have had some conversation. And so to report from our last time that we were here, we have reached out and we have made some efforts. Okay. Let me see. With that, Delegate Toll and Delegate Jesus, I hope that I have answered your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Justice, for your responses. Colleagues, we will go next to Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Okay, Speaker Aro Shimado, your team for the presentation. Just as a recommendation, Dikodo Latin days that there was so many months that passed by for the probation officers to get sworn in. And I think what Shiyet Kodo Delegate Tolt was speaking about, I think if this takes a legislative action, I'm not quite sure. I haven't really, researched that portion, but I know there are 2 times within a year that they take their oath, and many of those that were recently sworn in last month had to wait probably 6, 7, 8 months. So if there's a recommendation I would offer this afternoon is to consider multiple times throughout the year where our prosecutors, prosecutors would be able to get sworn into office. And then recently, just thank you for the report and the update regarding the Window Rock Judicial Court. I know our team there in Fort Defiance looks forward to continuing that and sharing those updates as well. So at this time, I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve time of 3:51. Next in queue, we do have Honorable Shauna Antlaw.
Thank you, Shadeja, Madam Speaker, and then also to our Chief Justice, Ms. Joanne Jane. Thank you for the report. And so I just want to go ahead and go back to the question that was posed by Madam Chair Brenda Jesus. Under the RDC, we did have a joint meeting with the Law and Order Committee, and this was back in April. One of the things that we did do is a SWOT analysis. And so we did hear from the different components of the judicial branch. One of them was peacemaking. We also heard from the judicial branch as far as the Department of Justice as well. And then also we heard from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And then we heard from Department of Agriculture, Navajo Nation Land Department, DNA Legal Service, and then the Navajo Nation Census Office, and also the legislative branch. So I just want to get an update on those items that were issued to be addressed. We did hear about the quiet titles. We heard about peacemaking not being mandatory, and then also hearing about unspent funds for Navajo services, and then also the empathy for community members, losing Diné language, and then also jurisdiction issues, the courts, and then also weapons, and then the terminology being changed. Also, no financial resources for filing fees, grazing permits, land use permits, statute of limitations, and then also attorneys that are price gouging clients, the caseload, and then 709 cases being outstanding, and this was regarding trust lands and allotment lands. People cannot get court documents like birth certificates, CIBs, and then also home sites came up, and then also personal property. Courts have different filing process, dealing with disputes every day. So I think that in order for us to understand, and this is going to be important for also the confirmation of judges as well as yourself, if you could just explain some of the strategies that you are implementing to try to do corrective advances so that people can receive improved services, especially in the court system. Also, we do have a need for attorneys here on the Navajo Nation. We have a large turnover in Department of Justice as well as in the Navajo Nation in general. And so I just want to hear about some of the ways that you have taken this information from this SWOT analysis, and then also you did mention that Vice Chair Johnson was given that information, so I'm going to request that you give that to the entire RDC so that we can look at what you have presented. And then also I would make a request to our Madam Chair, Brenda Jesus, to bring the judicial branch back before RDC. And with that, I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 47 seconds. I'm going to turn the floor back over to Chief Justice, Madam Chief Justice, for your responses.
Yeah, thank you very much. Delegate Nez, thank you very much. In regards to the longstanding history of swearing attorneys into the Navajo Nation Bar Association has been twice a year. And so there is a topic out there that what would be the possibility of increasing that to more than twice a year. So we're looking at every 6 months we're processing individuals. And just for information is that the Supreme Court is the one that has those petitions for applications for the Navajo Nation Bar Association. And so we do not know every 6 months how many applicants we will get. And I brought this up earlier in one of the presentations before. And I'll bring it up here again because it seems to be a topic of discussion that needs to be had for the understanding. So the people, these would be individuals that may have just graduated from law school. These are individuals that have to have a person to file a pleading, and that would be an attorney or an advocate. And so that is a responsibility of that individual, the attorney or the advocate that has been hired or that has been a responsibility, and in this case, the Navajo Nation Bar Association. The president and vice president of the association are the ones vested with that duty to present applications to the Supreme Court, because it is the Supreme Court that is vested with the authority to maintain and then also to watch over the practice of law. And so again, it has always been the practice, and surely we will have a discussion about having it more than twice a year. And the topic came up was because there were applicants that were ready and they put in their application, but we didn't have the petitioner, the person and persons of the Navajo Nation Bar Association. They did not show up to represent these applicants. And so the Supreme Court had it's on the record now, the Supreme Court made a decision that it would go to the next time. And so basically, it is a totality of responsibility, not just of the Supreme Court, but it's also the responsibility of individuals who practice before the Supreme Court. There is a responsibility and duty by every member of the Navajo Nation Bar Association to know the rules and to be timely for their constituents and also the people that hire them. And so absolutely, Delegate Naz, we will take a look at that again. In fact, since the last quarter, we did have a discussion about that in regards to what may be the next steps. So we did have that conversation in the last quarter. In regards to Delegate and Shauna Claw, thank you for your comments and your questions. And there were, peacemaking was there. I mean, if we could have the information as to the invitation that was extended to the judicial branch and when that was, I would assume that it would have gone to the AOC office. And it would be, maybe I got CC'd on that, but when there's administrative and really important topics such as that, certainly we would be involved with that. And so I would just need to have some conversation with staff at the judicial branch in regards to all of these issues. Some of these topics, and I'll call them topics, is that it appears that there was quite a discussion and contribution of comments from a lot of partners on this. I'd like to say that certainly there's a need for attorneys, that there's a large turnover. Now, the Department of Justice is not the judicial branch. The Department of Justice is in the executive branch, and that would be under the Attorney General's office. And so I just wanted to bring that out as a differentiation between attorneys in the judicial branch and then also attorneys under the Department of Justice. So they're two different branches of government. And So that's how I would like to respond to that, is certainly we would like to get, it sounds though that we got invited. And that peacemaking was there, and I will see to it that we do respond to these types of requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Justice, for your responses. Colleagues, I'm going to go back into queue. We have Honorable Lester Yazzie.
Shinala, Honorable Madam Speaker, Kadosad Naidi Kirigi Bishano in Agi Hela, Ado Yat Ishima, Madam Chief Justice, Odon Hilwil Neto, Kadona Nishita Hodon Nelido, Adati Nelike Hodon Hilchina. Tani Rigo, also do Beijing Hitilia, and Leisure Tate, Nina Tani, a kill the Satage, needs Abike Hastin, a Kunde. Sabi kinada deal nido sa ako ne and ananatsa sa nika ananat wato di no bikita di bikiho di ni ako tende ya di nihige ako agigit pina hinil tasuma at skinla ko that's it naka tatotlish ako na nishitol nilikin litra naznalede chapter vice president for Judicial chapter 80 hit oda at skinla na nishikune I gave Biki Hodin Nido in the Nanashi, Lisa Hotodia, Hotodia, Nidish Kidolation, and I. So mainly it's just to ask the confirmation of our vice president for Judicial chapter, Hotodi Nidish Kilshima. Madam Speaker, I yield the floor back, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Yazzie. Colleagues, I'm going to go back in queue for reserved time for follow-up questions. We have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with 3 minutes and 51 seconds.
Hakashi Ahyat, Speaker, and thank you, Ahyatchma, for the response. So regarding the Dene language, I know last time maybe I just wasn't clear enough, but on the Hizajigo, I know that's one of their criterias. And we have a lot of interest by and at the last spring session, I believe, and even during winter session, I posed the current strategy on how, if there was any classes or anything that can help the interest that is out there to serve in these capacities, so that they're moving forward in utilizing our language in that way. And so again, and then just the current strategy on addressing backlogs now. I know there was several different strategies that was mentioned, so I just wanted to learn again the latest update that you can share as well. I reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve time of 2:48. Next on reserve time, we have Honorable Shauna Antlaw with 47 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to defer my time to Madam Chair Jesus.
Thank you. Honorable Tlaw yields the rest of her time of 47 seconds to Chair Jesus. Chair Jesus, do you accept? Chair Jesus accepts, and 47 seconds on the clock.
Hakushi, Yasha Deja, Honorable Claw for yielding time. Going back to Chief, I have a question. So as Chair of Resources and Development Committee, it is imperative that we want to be able to address a lot of these issues that has been just spiraling for years or even decades. So with that, I did already send an email in regards to coming before Resources and Development Committee, and I know that you are working with Vice Chair Honorable Johnson in regards to a legislation utilizing the AIF funds, but this is a more in-depth strategic plan on how do we move forward to keep the court system out of this probate issues for these 3 permits. That's all I.
Thank you, Chair Jesus. And next in queue, we do have Honorable Yanito.
Ya te lana adon juno da ita to ke ado inda ikro Zoron hitangal na Joanne B. Jane, Chief Justice of Navajo Nation. Question: how come we don't elect Attorney General here on Navajo Nation? Late Elan Sawansa's case, and you guys are operating under, the Navajo Nation's operating under that 3-branch system. On top of that, I don't think the people ever have a referendum vote to approve this 3-branch system. I think we're kind of working as an illegal So with this 3-branch system, Ningi under Judicial, that's the only branch that's not even elected. Executive branch, legislative though. We have all these corruptions, extortion, embezzlement, and nepotism, bullying, mistreatment with our employees and so forth. There's a lack of protection and presentation for the Navajo people in all areas. A lot of them, they hire a lot of these useless attorneys. It seems like those attorneys are associated with a lot of these Navajo Nation departments, and then everything are not in favor of the Navajo people. And I just have that question, why we don't elect an Attorney General while we're operating under a 3-branch system.
Yeah, Honorable Yanito. Next in queue, we do have Chair Vince James.
Yeah, thank you again, Speaker, Ado Council, Ado Nana Kudo Chief Justice, Jane Chima Yate. Really quick question in regards to your staffing. You know that you have your staff, some great knowledgeable, experienced staff have left you, have left the department, that have many years of experience. I know it's personnel issue, but you could always make a request to go into executive session to share that information with council. There is a big problem that is happening under the judicial branch, and you're not sharing everything with us. And that's very bothering as you being our Chief Justice. So that's going to be my only question to you, Shema. Other than that, I will go ahead and then yield the rest of the time over to Shabija Honorable Brenda Jesus. Thank you.
Chair James yields a time of 3:55 to Chair Jesus. Chair Jesus accepts. You can put on the clock 3:55 for Chair Jesus.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Chair James, thank you for allowing me your time. Again, Chief Justice, this is a very important issue. I know that you are verbally telling me right now that you are in discussion this past quarter, but as Resources and Development Committee, we haven't heard. I have been to multiple grazing meetings, land board meetings, and these are the issues that come up. We have our people out in the greater part of the Navajo Nation throughout the 5 agencies that are looking to judicial branch representatives to be at these meetings. I'd like to start forward you these emails in hopes that one of your team members can be at these meetings to really listen to the challenges and the barriers that our producers out there in the greater part of the Navajo Nation have concerns about. And maybe with understanding these issues, by hearing it for yourselves, we can come up with a better strategy to where we're not going to have layers of bureaucracy. We can sit here and say that we're actually we're in discussion. To me, that does not mean anything. I do not see anything proactively coming out of this. Shema Ashona Shaba Quinzen. I have 4,000 plus Navajos to answer to. And the other kid out in the parts where we have these meetings, and what is to be my response? I want this to be a very important issue that we need to step to where we can say, okay, this is how we want to help. We have our federal partner here, Bureau of Indian Affairs. They shared the in-depth information with us, and I noticed that as Navajo Nation, we needed to take a step back and reassess where we needed to address this issue with forage evaluation with grazing permits. That's where we need to sit together at the table and say exactly where some of these issues are. You know, we can make these amendments to these title codes. I'm not too sure which title codes. I know it would be Title III for sure, but what other areas? But we also need some of the departments that are under judicial branch that also are important stakeholders to be there discussing this. You know, as chair of RDC, and I told, you know, members of the committee that I'd want to leave a legacy on 25th Resources and Development Committee. And this is where it starts, and this is how it starts, is a better communication. So I want to work with you, Shamato, Kodo, Nigato, I believe it's Mr. Francisco, right? For being here, and I know that you're taking the helm of a lot of the management operation in these functional areas of judicial branch, but please listen to the concern. Again, I'm only echoing the concerns out there by our people. I think we all need to be working alongside each other's. Now, I'm not going to be ahead of you, I'm not going to be behind you, but I want to be there alongside you all to make these changes with the committees of the Resources and Development Committee. So, we can go ahead and strategize some more. So, Madam Speaker, and I will thank Vince again for giving.
Thank you, Chair Jesus. Colleagues, I'm going to go back to the floor for Chief Justice for her responses. Madam Chief Justice.
Thank you. Delegate Jesus, thank you. We very much will keep that partnership going, and we are also very concerned in trying to figure out what is the best way to do this and the most effective way, certainly. And for the confidence and also the help, the offer of help that we are getting at this time. Madam Speaker, I will go to Delegate Yazzie. Thank you for your comment and your question. I will talk with my staff on this. We normally respond to these, so I'm not sure if there was a. I don't know what happened to this. I'm not sure where that is, so I have to get back with you and get back to you. Certainly, for the public's information is that we do swear in elected officials from the judicial branch. So I don't know. Mr. Francisco is making a follow-up right now. I don't know how long ago that was, and I certainly will make a follow-up on that. And then also with the directive that we have to not let these lapse, that we've got to do these things. And so I don't know what, and we will get back to you on that. Yeah, thank you for that. In regards to Delegate Nez, two things. The Dene language, I want to bring that one up in a context of and this is a discussion that I believe that has come up in the last couple of quarters. And basically, one of these, and it's an example of the language requirement for jurists, for justices, and also for judges. And it is the Judicial Conduct Commission that gets the applications for, at least for judges. And so a discussion on the requirement. Certainly we have had some discussion about it in-house within the judicial branch in regards to what are some of the challenges, what are some of the challenges that face applicants for judges, for example, and I'm using that. And basically that is, we're not in the process and we don't have the information in regards to if there are applicants that go to the Judicial Conduct Commission as to why some individuals or why some applicants do not move forward. In regards to the language, we have certainly there is, and I have brought this up for many years now, that in regards to having training, it's always good to have training for legal terms, for example, in our Denebazad. I mean, that is something that we have as an ongoing effort to do with the judicial branch in regards to judges, in regards to staff. And so, yeah, thank you for that comment and your question. In regards to the current strategy that we have as to our backlog cases, we have a system and it will be implemented monthly whereby we are taking a look, and this will be the AOC office, is taking a look at all of the cases that have come in that month, and then all the cases, or the number of cases that have come in that month and the number of cases which have been closed. And what that determines is you always want to have you want to have 100%, so that the higher that you go, say you have and it's in our report, so the higher that you have over 100%, that means that you're taking care of and dealing with the cases that have come in and have gone out. But the higher the number over 100, say you have 200%, that means that now you're going up and above 100% and looking at backlog and doing the backlog. And so that is the process that we have initiated at this time to monitor how we are doing. And that is a system that works. And at least that is a system that we can monitor. And then when we do find out specifically for different districts, that we can look at the district and say, okay, why is this happening? Or it may be where there's a high caseload and that there may be one judge there may be two judges there. So it's an analysis tool that we're utilizing, but is one that will gauge our progress from month to month. In regards to some questions by Delegate Yanito, the question was, how come the Navajo Nation does not elect an Attorney General? And that is a good question. I mean, that is a question that there must be legislative history. The Navajo Nation, my assumption, because I haven't researched this yet right now, is that the Navajo Nation, the legislature or the council previously had made that decision that the Attorney General would not be an elected position. And so that may be a question may have better responses from the Office of the Attorney General as well. And so in regard to the fact that judges are not elected officials or they're not elected individuals, the answer would pretty much be the same, is that at some point our predecessors have decided that in order to have a just system without political interference, if you look at some of the legislative history the Navajo Nation has, and then also courts outside of our jurisdiction, is that it's a process that was decided by our predecessors that that would be how the Navajo Nation would operate its judicial branch, the court systems. Delegate Unito, I hope that that answers your questions and your comments at this time. Going back to Delegate James, in regards to staffing, individuals that have left the judicial branch. There are individuals that have certainly been with the judicial branch for a long time. And so in regards to the decision that they have made would be theirs to make, and it had been theirs to make. And so some of that information we don't we don't know about, because they put in, for example, if they put in a letter of either retirement, because you have a lot of people that are going into retirement that have been there for decades, certainly have a lot of knowledge. And if you have individuals that are resigning, individuals report and they give a letter, notice of some kind to their supervisor. So basically, a lot of that information is placed within the supervisor and the employee, and that communication takes place there. I hope that answers the question, Delegate James. Also, in regards to the last comments again to Delegate Jesus, thank you for, again, the important topics that you have brought up. And in regards to participating in more meetings, certainly staff has known that we should do that. And thank you for the reminder to our staff and to myself as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chief Justice, for your responses, colleagues. I don't see anybody in queue, so I will go over to reserve time. Oh, we have new in queue, Chair Crotty.
Thank you, Shmayaja, for providing the report, and looks like you're streamlining your report to reflect what are some of the high priority needs of the council, and so I appreciate that from you and your team. I want to recognize that. Something that in reading President Nygren's written report is you may have seen President Nygren is concerned about your judicial branch budget. So on page 4, he does say, I encourage the council to fund the judicial branch so it can address its long-standing and massive backload of cases. It needs adequate funding to ensure it can recruit the number of qualified judges to fund the staff it needs. So that's my request is then what is the unmet need of the judicial branch? In looking at the budget and how the branch is able to draw down, you're not maximizing the funding that you currently are allocated. And so as appropriators, then that doesn't give us evidence that there's an unmet need, right? We're looking for either a zero balance, or we're looking for any type of evidence where you have to use budget transfers to sustain your administrative cost. Right now, I'm not seeing that in your budget. I'm looking at the 2022 or 23 closeouts. That's been part of our audits, and you're averaging about 80% of your general funds. So I would need to know from your branch then what is the need, and if it is a comprehensive part of the comprehensive budget, that's an annual cycle right now. So what would that look like for 2023 25's budget as we're negotiating. The other area is we've asked, and I want to be clear, if you're part of the capital outlay process for Navajo Nation, because then we would need to know for your facilities. There's been discussions on how to fund judicial public safety facilities. These are multi-million-dollar complexes that are going to need a variety of funding sources. And now, as Chair Charles Noon is providing information on the BIA loan program, I think is it the 105L, and I'm looking at our BIA partners here, we need to have a strategic conversation about what that funding looks like for the judicial branch. And so I'm trying to meet you and the judicial branch where you're at. Last quarter, we were really focused on the backlog, but we also need to build up the capacity so that we have a clear idea how you're going to move forward. So let me know if that's part of your report. I think it's very dedicated to the case files, which is natural because that was a lot of the discussion in our last in spring session. But if we could then start carving out time to have these very high-level discussions about how to move forward, especially when it comes to some of the funding that you currently have for capital outlay, and then how we're going to move forward. I do have some concerns. I voted for the Kienta Judicial building, but now we have to also look at our US DOJ audit. And so if you're not part of those discussions, one of the audit issues is the capacity of the current building. And so it's my understanding that the recommendation was that Judicial should provide services in that existing building. And so I want to make sure that we have a follow-up conversation, because that does impact our federal funding that we receive from US Department of Justice, and that starts trickling down to our access to victim services. We did have the Associate Attorney General visit Navajo Nation. I believe him and his team with Speaker's office and President's office, they were able to go to the Window Rock building and see some of the challenges there with the courts, detention and public safety buildings. But I'd like to encourage that with my time, and I'll yield the 15 seconds just to get a response. Thank you, I appreciate your report.
Thank you, Chair Crotty, for those questions. And colleagues, we do have one reserved time. We have Honorable Dr. Indinez with 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
Thank you, Shadow Speaker, also to Shema and your team for those responses. I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Indinez. And new in queue, we have Honorable Simpson, 5 minutes to the report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council. Good afternoon. Staff, guests that are listening, good afternoon. Thank you, Chief Justice. Thank you for your report. And I'm looking at your written report here, and I'm looking at how can we work together from OPVP, Judicial Branch, I guess the Executive Branch, Judicial Branch, and also the Legislative through Council. And I'm looking at Crown Point Judicial District and also Crown Point Family Courts. I guess Crown Point District Court and Crown Point Family Court. And I'm looking at the graph here, domestic abuse. I guess 122 cases were closed, but 112 were filed. And if you look at other bigger chapters, I'll just use Kienta Family Court. 54 were closed, 62 were filed. I'm just using that example here. Shiprock, I guess 404 were closed. I can't see how many were filed. And it goes on to criminal too. Some of the criminals are Shiprock District Court. the criminal, 206 were closed, 79 were filed, and some were higher. And you're trying to, hopefully, like domestic-wise abuse, I wish it was lower. That would be less case for you to, for your courts to look at, I wish less cases were filed in your court system. How can the council, how can the executive branch help to make that happen? In criminal cases, again, yes, you're trying to close these cases that are filed, but at the same time, we as the council, we executive branch through OPVP, how do we come together to have less criminal cases filed, less domestic abuse filed? So that would be less cases going to, if we can stop from an individual abusing their spouse, getting help, that means, it's just something that, or start teaching our people that, I know it's out there, awareness is out there, but how do we keep from our youth down to even our elders from committing crimes or abusing their spouse? Some type of, we need to all come together as a way to maybe more help for these individuals before they, more activities for, more help, when I say for youth from getting into criminal activities, maybe more, what do you call it, something that we can do to prevent them from getting into these illegal activities or gang activities or something. Same with individuals, prevent them from abusing their spouse. It's just something we all have to come together to prevent cases being filed in these situations. And we don't talk about that. What are you going to do, judicial branch? What are you going to do, council? What are you going to do, Mr. President? That's all we say. But we don't come together and address these issues to how we go about it as a government, as something that we can, how we do to prevent these things. I think if less cases are going to judicial branch and we work things out, I think we as a council, as a council, through legislative branch, through executive branch, we did our job. But we had to come together. And we're talking about how many cases have you closed, how many cases have been filed. The thing we need to think about is less case being filed by how do we do prevention, educating these young people or even people my age that we don't commit these criminal activities or domestic violence or other activities, even driving. How do we prevent people from driving over the speed limit and those type of things? So my point is, Madam Chief Justice, that I think all the branches need to come together to address these issues that are under the.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. And colleagues, there is no reserved time, but I will return the floor over to Chief Justice for her responses.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker. Delegate Crotty, thank you for your comments, and thank you for the questions that you have in regards to, certainly the judicial branch has a budget. The judicial branch has been without funding for, I would say, over a decade, and it started with the recession, maybe previous to that. And so slowly through the years, the judicial branch has been wanting to increase their general funds base. And that's what the judicial branch has been doing. And we're very grateful for our oversight committee. The Law and Order Committee has assisted with that as well. And also the Budget and Finance Committee as well, and then the council. They have increased our base general funds budget through the years. In regards to requests for unmet needs, request for unmet needs is always challenging, because when you as a branch, when you do have funding coming in every year, you want and you encourage that we're going to spend this. You know, we have certain, okay, we have a quarter coming up. Have we spent a quarter of our funds? We're halfway through the year now. Have we spent half of our funding that we got? And so that's what we do. I mean, that we have an analysis, and we take a look at that. I take a look at that and say, you know, we're asking for more funding, but we haven't spent this much money. And so we are cognizant about that, and there's many factors that go into that. One of those is the fact that and as you'll see, that the judicial branch in our report has that most of our funding goes to personnel. And it is a personnel that we do need to do our work. But then on the other hand, as the question just came up earlier, was that how are you dealing with the vacancies that you have? So a lot of times, you know, you're doing this balancing act at all times. And in regards to what is the unmet needs, what the branch has done in this cycle right now is that certainly we're at the 18 plus. I don't have the exact figures right now that we got for our fiscal 24 general funds allocation was $18+ million for the 24. And so for 2025, the judicial branch is asking for $20+ million, and that's $2 million more than what we have already. And so we have submitted our budget. We have made recommendations. In fact, we have a budget that's been developed for, I should say that we have developed a budget for that. And that's how we came out to $20 million general funds-based budget. And so certainly, Delegate Crotty, we're aware that we do have federal funds, and we also have that Shkeje Besho Behawan. You know, that's the one that we have, and that was specifically for facilities. So because that is specifically for facilities, that we are reverting back and looking at general funds as our primary source of funding for the judicial branch. I believe that is the comments, and if I haven't answered any of your questions, please let me know on that. Delegate Crotty. Delegate Simpson, thank you for the words of collaboration. Thank you for that. Certainly it is something that we have to do as a nation, is to work together, keeping in mind the respective roles that we have, and each of the branches have a respective role that we do have. But there is room for that. Certainly we want to have a healthy nation. We want to be able to assist those that are in need, and then also, build ourselves up. And thank you for that. We are, to the extent that the judicial branch is moving forward towards that, and that is looking at each individual case as they come in, and and that's what the judges do. And they can come in and use fundamental law. And if people want to use peacemaking, so what they do is they take a look at the family. You know, how is the family being impacted? And we don't see a lot of that side of the judicial branch because it's happening all the time. It's that judges, probation, peacemakers, they take a look at what can we help? What resources do individuals have in the executive? Or what do they have in regards to programs that are out there? I'm confident that that's what the judges do, is that they actually also, the judicial branch also collaborates with, for example, taking a look at different code revisions or rule revisions and so on. The children's statute, taking a look at that. And so certainly this is a call. It's a call for all of us to work together to do all this, again, in our respective roles. And it is a great vision. It really is a great vision, because we do have to take a look at times of famine, maybe. Famine in the sense that we may not have the funding available to us. And so how do we build our people up? How do we build ourselves up and help them? Because that is a mainstay. That is how we survive as a nation, how we survive as people, because we're laying the foundation for the generations that are coming forward after us. Delegate Simpson. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Thank you, colleagues. If you do have any additional questions, queue is open. And right now, I don't have any reserved time. Second calls for questions, colleagues. And third call, 2 minutes on the board to 2 minutes on the board, colleagues. I did call for a vote. And thank you to Intech. Intech did provide our first day of summer session lunch. So thank you, Kratasha. She's sitting on the north side. And we do have a tent set up on the north side of our campus, but also for some of our families and community members who may be nearby. And colleagues, we have less than 40 seconds on the board. Thank you, colleagues. That is the vote here from the floor. We have 14 in favor. Oh, before I call the vote, we do have Delegate Arvizo voting green. Colleagues, that is a vote of 15 in favor, 1 opposed, with Speaker not voting. Thank you that for be accepting your report. Thank you, Chief Justice, Madam Chief Justice, for providing that report. Thank you, colleagues, and we'll move forward with our agenda. Next is 6, receive report from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. At this time, I would like to ask Chair Vince James if you could take over the gavel and be pro temp.
Yeah, thank you, Sheikh Hasinto, Kodo Speaker, Nedo Heha, Ado Nanak Achide Ya Ecuador, receiving report from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, Kwajibe Spans Anni Glenin Lines Asinta Ko, Asian Ya Ecuador, Nalsos and Liniki, Alkate Hana A Bakat, Das Zahoko, Ado and Nahabe da alias Linko, Chibespans Anno Liniki. Asian ya Ecuador ben kitnahan netole ado nanashi akorde best chi belt han net linigi that he da akonda nas nel ako do da baka ako Asian Ecuador ben kitnahan netole. So with that, Speaker Curley, I give you the floor to do your 2024 summer session speakers report.
Ikeha Pro Temp Chair, Kodo Chair Vince James, Kodo Ikeha Shikain Wadiki for being a pro temp this afternoon. Ado Yat session ki kon hik adent da is gido adent ka iste ki Yat Nikidesh ni to Kwagi Besh Padas Anandani Kliniki 25th Navajo Nation Council Yat Nikidesh ni Kwagi and Junako de Nishto di Kwagi Hanane Je Egi Ba Hehedle di Shinko Kon Besh Padas Ana Yahanaja Hiki Belagana Getro Shin a summer council session Kwagi in Hinanishna de Neto Le Ado Shema Vice President Rochelle Montoya Ahehe Kodo Shema Ati Kun Sandado Isin Tsaki Eba Ahehensin Ado Den Hinant Launch Etilite Dasadahagi Lo President Dr. Boo Nigrin Ado Shema Kwagi Chief Justice Hanet Nkich In Lagi Ito Ahehe Ado Den Tratnas Lino Linikito Ande Washington Den Do state federal officials dan kliniki yat etan kiti ni to hehe and ado kwaigi shi speakers report hat niniki kitale de shlito el sahegi ba de sinliki ko shastin do betlina ash inigi Neil Damon do shawe ni yajet do kamiko Diego kodo shada holiado atla kodo hehe bideshni lesto Ado Kwaigi Yahanane Je Igi John De is it Nesnati Nache Kwaigin Hinane Space Basane Benanishite on Kwaigi Haneja Ado Kwaigi Di Binibi to Le Li Ben no Yahaki to Hehat Nikideshni as a Yego Hadli Halo Ayonan Asle Antin din dail kado atin din hilin ke da hallo ko yego na nishkot ego do ati inna yo da yo tleki hehe. And thank you to many of our ranchers, our sheep herders, and many of our people that still have livestock hehe on the kon on the tota halon the big hagi ton da higi Kwaigi hehet hidini do le could have been nache hot up and hitzil do benache shitzil do. And so thank you to all of our horsemen, our trail riders, our bike riders, and our walkers this morning. Benache ben hitzaya da hot do di Alta Logic Shah Negi Kon water rights di tro the dead Aniki it is a Yego Kodo and Hinanish council delegates that are Lenigi Yego Kon a large da so zon be lot that so clean Niled Archelios Katlanta in May 2024, 2 months ago, Kwagi Yahi Je, Dit Ado Le, Dit in Hidene. Si kes don da huit ado di what bikit and seeds don need hehe. And during the month of May 2024, the council came together with unanimous support in this council floor to approve our Arizona water rights. Nilete hadashi nihinan adan lo yiteyoke do the kushina hedon dezit What's up in Nish Day on di jimpi ye e kwa gi junoko ata iliado le Hopi tribe dos San Juan Southern Paiute le to e benant dan lo et at ne benati ha late da di ni la di ni jo to e ban da no chen to bich ya to ti en hito ni che hot e shit ne sa to le she che hat khalin lo le de ze khayan ti on le de e tro ni ke mana hasan to ni ke ya de khil ba holia to shit to ni e ben na che e hot ni ke na ne she de lia git ze ye go ba he hinsen. And the next step is introducing this Arizona water rights that had full support from our council, and now it is being introduced at the federal level with the Senate and also within the House. So I also want to thank the representatives from Senator Mark Kelly and also Representative Siskamani for leading that and championing that for us at the federal level. Our San Jose stream system water rights settlement agreement. And that was unanimous support from our council as well, and we're looking forward to introducing that at the federal level. Ado alaje ito nkina nishiki ende beson khan de yanta ARPA fund no FRF e la de ito ishe hate do ni to John de national kadat ta na khe e beso atin de senelo ledet an kinal e hashit e to chutal ita do hashit e na nishto tkin to do na dan kitet no e ben nache e kwa ge be hata hasit si kon besh padas andani kliniki e di kwa ge injino ko ento ni to nan dan denil in ha she na hun ato ha ge she injino ko na nesh at tro to ni e dan ni zeno e ben nache e kwa sa be wa na hadit hi to dan danil tos e to be la is li. So overall, in English, I do want to thank my colleagues for also tackling down our ARPA funding, our FRF funding. I know many of my colleagues on the budget and finance with their leadership as well on monitoring our ARPA dollars. And many of my colleagues did say that we don't want to send 1 penny back to the federal government. Don't let them gilden da has ago tratnas nilindas nilde dan hilnile de quagi nihin hata no nilto be sa hoto nil da no quagin ben hit hata osti ilto ben nache quagi chapter projects and linigi nache hot nile koje general funds reserve fund hat ninigi be hit nil. And many of our projects, our chapter projects that didn't have contracts were prioritized, and we prioritized many of our infrastructure and put them into our general funds, into the reserve, so many of our chapters can continue those infrastructure projects at the local level. And we as council made an attempt to give additional money back to our chapter government. 267 million
Sergeant of Arm. Hold on, excuse me, Speaker. Hold on. Thank you. I apologize for that. Sergeant of Arms is out there, police officer. We'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break. I'll call for a recess, 15-minute recess. Thank you. Okay, so for safety protocol reasons, please, council, just stay inside for safety protocol. So if we can make sure the doors are locked, just for safety procedure measures. Yeah, and then we'll go ahead and do a whole perimeter surrounding area check on the inside, outside. Just make sure the doors are locked.
Thank you, colleagues. This is an update. We do have a small incident command that we have to put in place just due to the threat that was made here outside. So if you do leave the council chamber, and then that leaves you open for vulnerability. So if our colleagues are still in here, and then this is where our ICS training and function does take into place. So the whole perimeter has to be checked first before, if there's any additional threats, and law enforcement and also security is also online. But remember, our security are not armed, and they would have to go through law enforcement. So law enforcement is on call, and also with our deputy chief of police. So we will do a full sweep through to remove any minimal or maximum amount of threats. So this is where our ICS and situational awareness comes into play, colleagues. So recess might have to be more than 15 minutes. So thank you, Pro Tem. And so just look after each other and just be surrounding of your areas.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Shanat no Tlinigi. I did call for a 15-minute recess, and perimeter was checked, and we do have additional police officers here on the outside. We also do have the President's Protection Service officers as well, and we will have the Sergeant of Arms around as well. And I'd like to make this request to make sure that we do have these additional police officers throughout the week. If we need to make that request or a directive to Division Director of Public Safety, Mr. Michael Anderson, please, staff, if we can start that letter to make it known that we do need additional police officers here for the rest of the week through council session. So so it's safe now. The individual was apprehended, arrested, is in the police unit. So with that, I will go ahead and call for a roll call vote to see if we have a quorum. So if you can, please push your green button to just check if we have quorum. Roll call vote. While we're doing roll call vote to see if we have a quorum, Speaker does have 12 minutes and 7 seconds still left to do her presentation. As council, you can also request to go into recess until tomorrow as well, and then continue tomorrow as well. Those are some options just for safety reasons. Just for safety precautions and so forth down the line. So with that, we do have 17 honorable council delegates here. So with that, we do have a quorum. So with that, we'll go ahead and and with 3 excuse, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Shandine Parrish, Honorable Sherilyn Yazi. So with that, so we'll go back into order here. Before I do, before I go back into, or while we're still on roll call vote, Honorable Herman Daniels, do you have a question while we're on roll call vote? Herman Dan?
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker Cecilia Johodo. After the roll call, I want to make a motion to go to recess till tomorrow, because the day for safety reasons. So for the safety of everyone here, council and everyone in the chambers, the staff, so I'd like to request for that to go into recess until tomorrow. Pro Tem Speaker, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So with that, we do have 17 delegates here that are present. So with that, I haven't called the meeting back to order. So are you going to still do your point of privilege, Chanela? Okay. All right. So with that, we have 17 council delegate here. So with that, I'll go ahead and call this meeting back to order. So with that, 12 minutes and 7 seconds. Point of privilege, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I call this point of privilege under Rule 16 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. The point of privilege are those questions which relate to the rights and privileges of the Navajo Nation Council or its members when the council is in session. The point of privilege shall not be seconded and debated. Any council delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional comments from the sponsor, raise the safety of the council, to maintain among and between all members of council and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. Speaker Pro Tem, I think that I went around and I talked to the delegates to ask them if they are feeling okay. Some of the delegates have stated that it was a startle to them. And I think a lot of, I think there was even, I didn't go around and I didn't ask people in the gallery how they felt, you know, when that happened. Speaker Pro Tem, we are now living in a world where anybody at any moment can come in with a gun or have the intentions of hurting us. In this room right now, we have 17 delegates in addition to the Chief Justice, in addition to the Vice President. There are a lot of leaders in this council chambers right now. And we had an incident that just occurred. Now, as some delegates may just say, you know, oh, it happened, just let it go. But when when you go through something traumatic like that, those instances become triggers and it becomes scary. And I appreciate Mayaj making that motion to go into recess until tomorrow, because it's a scary thing when you have outbursts like that. And granted, I already hear people, delegates laughing. This is not the way that you conduct work. I can't imagine they say that this is, what we're doing here is a ceremony. That's what we were taught. That's what we were told. I just can't imagine walking into a ceremony and yelling like that. Imagine what the medicine man, how startled they would be, as well as those who are witnessing or a part of this ceremony. It might,
point of order, Chanel Honorable Eugene Charles Newton. With that, I'll recognize that point of order. Honorable Stephen Arvizo.
No sergeant at arm, and there's also no security when you call the meeting back to order, Shinantai. So I can find in my handbook where I can point that out, but I think it's a safety deal that maybe we should get our security back in order before we should have called the meeting back to order. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Honorable Arvizo, for that. Again, I did indicate it earlier, we will go ahead and work with Michael Anderson to see if we can get additional officers here for our council session throughout the week. And then also our Sergeant of Arms. Again, currently I don't see any Sergeant of Arms in the building again. So ADS staff, if you can assist us to get security or police officer in the building. So with that, I'll go back to the point of privilege. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
thank you for that, Speaker Pro Tem. So I was just making this point of privilege to ask Speaker, and I know that, you know, this came up at one time, the issue involving safety of delegates, safety of our staff. It's not only us delegates in here, we got staff who work for us. And I haven't gone around and I haven't asked the staff if they are okay with what, you know, again, it was something I think that startled. I was in that room, but I could hear the yelling. And it was a little bit scary opening that door, but I think this is a really good example of how we need to make this chamber safe. for not only us as delegates, but those who come to witness our work. Chief Justice is sitting over there. We got BIA sitting off to the left over here. We have Vice President who is sitting over here to the right. And then we have our staff who are all around. So Speaker, I know that the policy that you presented at one time, there were a lot of questions about it and there were a lot of issues. But I will say right off the bat, under this point of privilege, because it's a safety issue, Speaker Pro Tem, we don't know which delegates were in the chamber when that happened. So in school, they usually do an attendance and then they know who is all here. And then when something like this happens, they come back and then they do another attendance. But, you know, there were some delegates who were here previously who left. We don't even know, you know, if they left, if they're safe. We don't know where they're at. So I just want to raise this point of privilege because it is my right as a delegate to feel safe in these chambers. And it's obviously, you know, that's not happening here today. So Speaker, I think that you need to be the speaker, and you need to come up with a policy or a procedure or something in place that will ensure the safety of every person who walks into these chambers, and to ensure that our work continues for the Navajo people. So Delegate James, again, Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to go ahead and just say that much for my point of privilege, but I appreciate Shiaj Delegate Daniels for making that motion to recess. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that point of privilege. So with that, just for safety reason, as being the pro temp speaker here, I'm going to go ahead and go with subsection 164, the Navajo Nation Council and Committee legislative process, and that would be number 15 of our Title II. And the very last sentence, it reads, all verbal and written reports shall be presented to council only on the first day of the regular session unless otherwise directed by the speaker or the council. So with that, with this uncircumstance of our safety and an individual walking in as pro temp, I will go ahead and call for a recess, and we will continue back with our report tomorrow at 10 a.m. Starting with speaker at 12 minutes and 7 seconds. So with that, as pro temp speaker, I will call recess for day one. 2:25, thank you.